I think that the black diaspora, you know, is really, really a big help to Ghana, you know. I think that, you know, and it's really a change in dynamics, you know, with all of the police killings and all the other issues that's going on with the states and people coming to Ghana and other African countries and seeing that there is life here, there's opportunity, there's love, and seeing people of your same color doing things. Now people are like, whoa, you know, hey, you know, you got another option, you know. Right. And so, you know, when they're coming, you know, they're also, you know, seeing people and they're touched by, you know, these people fetching water and different things, and they also bring their resources to help. The fraternity came, they saw how much water that we take for granted in the States. I mean, kids have bubble baths and everything, and right. You know, a person get a bucket of water to bath, they happy, you know. And right. So they saw how it impacted communities, and it was like, wow, we need to do more. And so they went back and they said, look, we're going to commit to do 24 boreholes all throughout Ghana through your nonprofit, your NGO, Team CSR Ghana. And so we started on that, you know, and it was very successful. And the way that they raised the money was through all the different chapters they have stateside and around the world, and all the individual brothers. You know, we have millionaire brothers. I mean, you know, so many things. And everybody started donating. And so we reached the 24 boreholes so quickly and kept going that, you know, we just surpassed it. And right now, I'm proud to say we've done 60 boreholes in 60 villages all throughout Ghana in the past 2 years.
Locally made. This is local ice kinky. Yeah. And you put sugar? Yes, there's sugar. But let's drink. I mean, there's no way I'll come to the north and not try a local milk. So this is ice kinky, which is 50 pesos. I'm about to try. There's lemon in it. Hey, there's lemon in it. Oh wow. So I'm about to try it. Let's see how it goes. See, so one thing about me is I have a typical African stomach. Wherever I go, I kind of have a way of adapting to any kind of food, whether there is pepper, whether it's not spicy. When I even went to Kenya, I had that experience, no spice, yet I was able to eat their food and feel fine. So this is no difference. They said there is lemon in the ice kinky. Let me try it and see how it goes. As you can tell, I just finished it. This is so good, I have to get another one. Do you all remember Nerissa and Nancy from my coming from Accra vlog? If you do, she's here with us and we are going to be trying street food in the Wa market. This is one of the popular markets in Wa. Is it the biggest? Yes. Oh, okay, this is the biggest. But this area is called Fadama. Fadama. Okay, so we are currently here at the outskirts of the market, which is called Fadama. So we are here to enter into the market and see if we can get some something to try on, some local meals, local street food, local beverages. And yeah, you always know whenever I visit somewhere new, I decide to try something new, experience what the local experience, and I'm here for it all. So yeah, if you're watching this video, I am currently in the Upper West region. Wow!
These ships,
yeah,
when someone gives birth to a newly born baby, they want to name the baby.
Yeah,
you can get one of these
ships.
Yes, especially the male ones. For the male one for the naming ceremony. But you can also buy it for any occasion that you want. Christmas, Salah, any.
made of?
It's made out of this.
Ah, what's this?
Puha.
Oh, what's the
I'm gonna
English name?
taste it. I'm not sure.
You're not sure the English name. Okay, let's see it again. So if you guys know the English name, please let me know in the comment section. If you know the English name of that, let me know in the comments. But this is the beverage made out of that, and I'm about to taste it to let you know how it tastes like. So this is locally called puree, and let's see how it tastes. Okay, so this is like I don't know if you know yoi, a local fruit. It's blackberry, African blackberry. It tastes like blackberry fruit that has been diluted with water. So that's how it tastes. I don't think it tastes anything else, but it tastes like a wild fruit. It's very close to baobab too. If you guys remember, when I went to Villa Awoyo, I had baobab juice. It also tastes similar to baobab juice. So if you've had it before and you know the taste, the right taste, let me know in the comment section. But that's how it tastes like. So just when I said it tastes like baobab, she says she has confirmed that it is baobab juice. So I'm going to be trying kuli kuli for the first time. This is very hard. It's like granite paste. In fact, it is granite paste that has been added. Did they add flour to it? No. Only granite paste? Yes. It's so dry. This snack is good. It's like having kati cake, but kati cake is mixed with sugar. This is raw granite paste, and this is good. It's called kuli kuli here in Wa. So you can have it with gari, with sugar, gari soakings, which is a local beverage here in Ghana. So if you've not tried it before, you might as well as buy one and try it. It's so hard. So I'm going to be trying suya. How much is one? 20 pesos. 50 pesos. Give me some. How much? Give me. So this is how the suya looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very, very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very, very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. So yeah, everything here is very, very affordable. See if you want to come into our video. So she says she's thanking us for promoting the WA. So you see, it's not really difficult to film in the market, even though yes, it is difficult to film in the market. Some of the women are so friendly and they're like, oh, come. Is it going to TV? Is it going, where is it going to? And it makes them interested. Once they know they are going to see themselves on TV, or their colleagues are going to tell them, I saw you on TV, then they are very interested. So yeah, so far so good. We are currently in the clothes section. Let's go see if we can get more street food to try. Yeah, I want to try chozapi and bitter soup. Where can I get some?
That one we have to cook it.
You have to cook it?
Yeah,
they don't sell some. sell teasers like that? Because everybody prepares teasers.
Yeah.
That is it's just like in the Volta region. Everybody eats banku or aklen, so they don't sell it in town. Okay, so I would have loved to try it, but maybe the next time when I visit, we'll prepare it at home, and that's the usual thing here. So sorry. My friend recommended I try cheeses and bits of soup. Yeah, and then she also mentioned I tried tubani, which we had yesterday. If you guys remember watching my vlog previously. So yeah, if you haven't watched it, please go back, watch my videos, and come back to finish up this. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what we can get. I'm currently in the market. So we have here acheke, and I'm going to try it from the northern style. So mommy, please give me some more. Two cities. It's plenty, it's plenty. Yeah, small. Yeah, it's okay. They add a little salt.
Looks like it's gonna be good.
Yes.
Choose your fish.
Give us spoon. So which is ours? So now we're in the marketplace. We have to find somewhere we could eat. To pick our stuff. So yeah, this and then head to our next location.
I feel like it's much more spacious. Busy, but it's a different type of busy over here. And I love me some macaw. I'm a to-do girl.
So yeah, I had the acheke. I'm yet to go try it. Then I'm going to end the video for my street food experience here in Wa in the Upper West region. Loretta, what did you have since you came? Street food?
Water.
What did you have?
I had the, what do they call it? The
Tubani
nuts.
yesterday, yeah.
I had the nuts that we had. I had the drink, which the baobab, which is also known as tamarind. That's the name I kept forgetting.
Yeah.
And we ate the suya as well.
So yeah. We are going to try it and end it. So we are currently in traffic. Yeah. Hi. Look at the baby, so cute. Hi. He's like, who is that? I'm about to try the acheke I bought earlier on. So this is the acheke, and the vegetables, they sprinkle a little bit of salt for taste, and this was very good. The acheke was very soggy and soft. Acheke is close to gari, which is a local delicacy here. This was really, really good. Destination, and I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire street food experience here in the Upper West region, specifically wow. So yeah, until next time, I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. I am currently in the yellow, popularly called tuk tuk, How do you call it in your local dialect? Mahama Kambu. It's called Mahama Kambu. So if you haven't tried this, and here in the Upper West, in fact in the North, you should make it a point. It's very, very cheap. Short distances are about 1 city, long distances are about 3 cities. So yeah, it is worth the experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Much love from the Upper West. Mwah. In the Upper West region is a beautiful hotel called the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in the Upper West region and I'm here at the most beautiful hotel in the Upper West. So come, let's see how it looks like. This place is called Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel, which is locally called Jirapa, Dubai, here by the local people. So let's see how the room looks like. Come, let's go. Oh, this is going to be my bed. The place is very cute. So this is what you get if you'd come to the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. So I now understand why the locals call it Drapa Dubai. It's so big and the best here in the Upper West. So this is the tennis courts. And we are going to see the mini zoo. Is something like this?
That one, the price is labeled on the dice.
60 cedis. Oh, that's very affordable. I'm swimming. This is my cold and this is nice.
It's like an ice bath. Guys.
Yeah.
A serious ice bath. When you're in the desert in Dubai, you need this.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey guys, it's Miss Drew, your house of the Philippines.
It's so fun how you are missing if you're in the Upper West. Exactly.
So tell me, how will you believe? So tell me, how will you believe? So tell me, how will you believe?
dinner, and I'm having rice with goat lice soup. Laurie, what are you having?
Yam with goat lice soup.
Yam and goat lice soup. What a combination. So we are waiting for Drew to come. I don't know what she's doing inside, but then this food smells so good. I can't wait to dig in. You know me and food. I know you all will come at me saying Stella is going to eat banku and yeah. Today I'm eating rice and goat lice soup because the weather deserves it.
Waiting. Whoa.
We just started.
So hungry. We just started.
This is what you are missing. This is good. The food is. So how do you eat your rice and soup? Do you take the rice first and dip it into the soup, or do you fry the soup before eating the rice? Let me know in the comment section. This is good.
So I couldn't decide because there were so many things on the menu, guys. And you know, when I see food, my belly gets bigger than my eyes. So I got some assorted. This is actually the chef's special jollof rice. And then I have got seafood provincial. Seafood is like, honestly,
Yeah. Don't worry, we are all eating her food
just
today.
because I tasted yours. I'm joking.
Good morning. Good morning from the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi, the Stella family.
Larry, are you still sleeping? Okay, so we are going to have breakfast without her because she's taking long.
Please.
She's taking long to dress.
Drew is
How
still
was
on
your
London
night?
time, but we stick to time.
How was your night?
The night was comfy. Oh my goodness, the bed was amazing. I don't know what I prefer most, the bed or the shower. Ooh.
Oh, the shower. Oh, the warm shower.
Exactly. Oh.
So one of the nicest thing about last night is the fact that I spent a lot of time showering.
Yes, I was
which
just
I am not
standing
used
there.
to.
Yeah.
I always like I'm very quick. I'm a quick eater. I'm a quick
gosh.
butter.
I'm a slow eater and a quick buffer.
Oh, okay. But yesterday I spent more than 30 minutes
And I was
bathing.
just the shower pressure.
Ah.
Oh my goodness.
So one thing about the west, upper west is the weather is dry.
Very.
And it's warm. It doesn't make you sweat, but it makes you feel dry. I don't know if you can tell.
Even me, yeah.
Yeah. So I used shea butter this morning.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and we're gonna make some shea butter. We need
Shea
to buy
butter.
if we're in the north, so we have to leave with
Oh,
shea
definitely
butter.
we will. We will.
Yes.
So, and this is the best place to buy shea butter because it's
Honestly.
originated from here.
Yes.
So we are going to have breakfast. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Let me know in the comment section which part of this place is your favorite.
Yeah.
Has been so helpful.
Oh,
She's a pretty Nana. When you come here, look for Nana. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's vlog. I had an amazing time at the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, and I came with my friends, so let's all share our experience. Laurie, Miss Ju, come around. Let's talk about our experience.
Listen.
So what do you think about the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel?
The Royal Cozy Hills Hotel is just amazing. If you are literally in the Upper West, I'm not gonna lie, this is the best place for you to be because it is cozy.
It is cozy.
From beds to swimming pools to showers to food.
Okay, let's go to the food. the breakfast.
Breakfast
and
was
dinner
good.
last night.
Okay, dinner was too much that I have to take it away.
Shamelessly taken away.
Seriously doing take away. You already know where there's food and travel.
Yeah,
Food
and
is that good.
let's
Yes.
talk about
That
how
good.
spacious the place is.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
very
there's a lot of
spacious.
space. I'm sure you can
Bathroom
have
is clean.
parties here as well.
everything.
Like over 60
Yeah.
people can be here. Loads of rooms, and I'm sure all of them are
You
just as
can
cozy
have
as
your
each other.
destination wedding here.
Exactly, especially when you're in the Upper West. Whilst here, you also get to experience the safari as we did.
Exactly.
If you haven't
safari-
watched the YouTube video, please go back.
So go back
And go and watch
check
it.
out.
Yeah. So until
there.
next time on my next video, I hope you're having an amazing time, just as I'm having amazing time here. Until next time on my next YouTube video, we're gonna say it's a bye right here from the Upper West region. We are going to the next destination, and you are coming along. I love you all. Mwah. Amazing. As part of my experience here at the Royal Kuzi Hotel is a safari experience. You guys are coming along. Let's see the animals here. I hear there are lions here in the safari. Did you know that? I'm yet to see it for myself. So let's go. Let's experience the place. I like the view. I love the West. I love the Upper West. Let me know in the comment section if you're enjoying my Upper West series so far. Let's go. Let's see what they got.
And safari. Yeah, it's really a wildlife ranch. We have wild animals where we are keeping them on ranches. But before we start the tour and then everything, I'll be your tour guide for this morning. And I'm in the person of Halid.
Are we going to be walking?
Yeah, it's really a three-whole project. We are still to have an official launch of the whole thing.
Okay.
Maybe when that is done, our safari cars and then everything is already in.
Okay.
So we'll not be doing this walking tour.
Walking
and then
thing.
we just have a drive tour.
It's because we are the pioneers.
You see?
We are the pioneers.
Exclusives when you roll with us.
So yeah.
So what's in this here?
This our hippo camp.
Ah,
This camp is referred to as our hippo camp.
are the hippos in here?
Yeah, they are in.
Wow.
The hippos are here.
Yeah, they are in.
Where are
in.
they?
Are they big?
They are big, but they are really young ones. But
Oh,
they are very
okay.
big.
How old are they?
They are just 20 months old.
Oh, okay.
This camp is electrocuted. It's electrocuted because of the hippopotamus. Yeah, we are trying to maybe scare them away from getting closer to the fence. Aside that, we don't want them to be moving around. So the electrocution scares them away back into the water.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I hope it doesn't kill them.
No, it doesn't kill because
What do they eat?
they feed on grass. They are looking for supplement. Usually we go around the banks of the dams in the morning to also search for fresh grass to just add to their feed.
Okay.
They are really managing our dry grasses, but we also give them a supplement. So usually every morning we try to get them fresh grass that they will feed on.
How deep is this water?
It's about 6 feet deep.
6 feet.
6 feet.
But that covers all their body.
Yeah, it covers even 3 feet can cover their body. So what happens is, because here we have a different seasons, the dry and then the wet season. But we've monitored this water for the past 3 years to also know that the drainage system doesn't pass that 3 feet level, so which holds the hippos.
Yeah, you can see their body. I saw one here earlier, but it's gone inside. Yeah.
It's gone in.
Hey.
Looks like the hippos here at this safari, they don't like us.
They don't like you. No,
They
no,
don't
no,
like
no,
us.
No. Not that they don't like you. They like you. Basically, in the morning, because they're fed during the night, they like to stay under for some time. Yeah, they stay under for some time. So this water will be getting more dirty. So it's just our way of trying to make this water clean.
Oh, that's the pumping machine.
Yeah, that's the pumping machine.
that's
So, and there's a filter over there. So we pump the water into the filter, recycle it, then pump it back again.
Wow.
This is so interesting.
Aside that, we also have different species inclusive to the hippo inside this pond. We have about
Inside the
3.
pond?
Yeah, inside the whole pond. This pond is really large.
So it's a man-made pond?
Yeah, it's a man-made pond. We have a man-made pond and then a man-made dam. Almost everything here is artificially created.
Okay.
Almost.
How big is the safari?
It's about 240 acres.
200.
Wow. Used for the whole project.
That's
With the
really
exception
huge.
of the hospitality, which also holds about 60 acres.
Okay.
So the whole project holds like 320 acres.
Wow, that's
These things, the hippos, they are really dangerous animals.
Yes, they're wild.
They are wild. They are wild and then very dangerous animals.
They'll attack us.
Yeah, but they don't just attack unless you try to temper in their home.
Yes, space.
Yeah, because now they know they are living in their home.
This is their
Their water is
We
their
don't
home.
want to trespass on their territory.
Yes, you don't need to trespass in their territory.
Hey, so if we go to Waitrose, then what? If they see the
So
boat-
usually, I know for sure, like per the videos I watch, when you go to rain trial, you have to be extremely quiet. So they'll tell you to be quiet just to watch them. Then after that, you just go. Yeah. So if it's like flying a drone or something, you don't fly it
Can't
when
do
you're
it.
there.
Yeah.
You can fly it when you're outside.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Yeah, you're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah.
Welcome back to Diaspora Link, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri, and I'm your host. We're excited to be back with you for another wonderful episode. Today, our guest, Mr. Jonathan Akwomwa from Team CSR, is going to share with us how he's been making a huge impact providing clean, potable water throughout Ghana. Let's get to know Jonathan. So before we get into our interview with today's guest, as we always do, we're going to take him through some choices so we can get to know a little bit more about him. So this is really simple.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 choices.
Okay.
You have to choose one.
Okay.
The only rule is that you have to choose
You
one.
have to choose
now, I'll
one,
tell you,
okay.
some of my guests are difficult.
Okay.
But I'm hoping that you will cooperate.
Okay.
All right, so let's start off with this. You are from Ohio, right? Well, you're
Okay.
from Ghana,
Yes.
but you moved to Ohio. So
Okay.
let's start with this. American football versus soccer.
American football, I'm sorry.
American football all day.
American football.
Why? Tell me why.
Because I played American football.
Okay.
I love it. I never really had a chance to play soccer growing up in the States. So, I love American football. Nothing like, even when I, didn't play anymore, or as I grew up, just the camaraderie of sitting down. Well, it's the same thing with soccer, but I just,
all right, I got you, American football. So you also, since you spent a lot of time in Ohio, you've experienced like a Thanksgiving dinner and all of that in America.
Yes,
so
sir.
how about this? A traditional Black American Thanksgiving dinner versus like a traditional Ghanaian Christmas dinner.
Man, these tough. You got to remember, I grew up in the States.
I know.
So when these questions are like, for me, it's gonna always be stateside because that's where I grew up.
Really?
And just the Thanksgiving,
mac and
is just
cheese, stuffing,
the
black
mac
eyed
and
peas,
cheese,
cranberry sauce, turkey.
Oh my goodness,
You
killing
taking that
me.
over
You're
brunch,
killing me.
fufu, katuma.
I love it. Mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh my goodness. Pumpkin pie, apple pie, apple a la mode. Don't get me started.
When people see you on the street in Ghana, they might try to take your Ghana stripe from you. They might try to take your Ghana stripe from you.
I miss Thanksgiving though, man. I mean, Thanksgiving is just, wow.
It's a part of who you are.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this then? Now we're just going to keep it in Ghana.
Okay.
Wache versus Jollof.
Ooh, that's a tough one too. That's a tough one.
Let's pick one.
Let me go with Wache.
Wache. Okay, why Wache?
Wache because there's a lot of stuff you can do with Wache. The different fishes you can add. The shito, the gari, the noodles.
Okay.
Eggs,
I know somebody said. They said noodles on Wache is a no-no. I've heard that.
I love it.
You love that?
I love it. So,
okay.
I had to take Wache.
Wache.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next one. Favorite place to vacation in the whole world?
For me, I mean, it's always be Ghana. There's so many different places to go to in Ghana, but my fantasy has always been favorite vacation place, fantasy I've never been to, is Brazil.
Brazil?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping one day that happens for you.
I got to do it before I go. It's on my bucket list.
It'll happen. How about this? Music.
Okay.
Or dancing?
Music.
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 You choose music over dancing?
Yes.
So I take it you love music?
I love music.
All kinds of music?
I love music.
Okay.
I love music.
All right. I heard you're a pretty good dancer too.
I try, but I love music more, Yeah,
Got you.
Music definitely.
We want to thank our guests for participating with this, and remember, we all make different choices in life, but our choices should not divide us and take us further apart. Our choices should help us understand each other and bring each other closer together. That's why we do this. So now let's move on to the next one before we get into the interview, and this is what we call our top 5. So this is our top 5. I'm going to give you 5 categories.
Okay.
And you just pick one of each.
Okay.
Okay? It's really simple.
Okay.
Number 1, your favorite food in the entire world. Pick one. If you can only pick one kind of food, it could be a specific meal, or it could be like soul food or Thai food, whichever you want to do.
Okay. Fufu.
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 Fufu more than anything.
Fufu.
But you chose Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, that's Thanksgiving
the
dinner, the whole thing. But you talking about one meal.
Fufu.
I gotta have my fufu.
Okay.
That's it.
You earned your Ghana love back.
Thank you.
Your Ghana love back. All right. Favorite sport in the whole world?
Football.
Football. American football.
Yeah.
Who's your team?
Dallas.
Dallas? All the way from Cleveland, and you down there with the Cowboys?
Yeah, I love Cleveland. But I like Dallas right now.
So you change every year? You one of those people?
Yeah, I'm always a Cleveland Cleveland fan, but I change depending on my players. Some of the players I got a little yeah.
Next one, favorite musical artists in the whole world. If you had to choose one musical artist or group, who would you choose?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I know you love music.
Man, I love music, man.
You came up at the time when they had some of the best, but you got to
man.
choose.
Oh, Lord.
Give me your top one.
Man, I used to love singing. I grew up in the church. My father was a pastor, and so I listen to music. I love singing, and so I'm a crooner. And so because of that, my all-time favorite is Luther Vandross.
Luther, Big Luther, or Little Luther? It
I like
doesn't
Big
matter.
Luther.
You like Big
I like
Luther?
Big Luther. Big Luther, boy, he ain't playing.
House is not alone. Man.
Yep, Luther.
All right,
Luther,
all right,
definitely.
all right. Okay, last one. One book. Favorite book. It can be your favorite book or just one book that pops out that you would choose.
I don't really have a favorite book. I have a favorite author, but if I had to go with one book, I have to take the Bible. I know that might sound cheesy.
No,
but,
it's not. It's not.
you know,
It's your choice.
It has everything in it, man. You
There you
know,
go.
I look at the Bible. I don't read it literally word for word. I read it and use it as a blueprint for
Okay.
life. You know,
Nice.
it just has a lot of bases and stuff that if you look at, it just tells you how to live your life. You know, as a blueprint. You know,
There we
so
go.
that's my #1 book.
There we go. We have his top 5. Now we're going to dive into the interview to find out a little bit more of what's taking him around the world and back to Ghana. And remember, as we continue to meet people from all around the world in the diaspora, top 5 helps us get to know each other better. So as you begin to meet people, just ask them their top 5. Find out something about them, as we continue to build this bridge. So let's get into the interview and find out more. And we are back. Thank you again for joining us on this episode of Diaspora Link. And I'm here with our guest, Mr. Jonathan Akomwa.
Yes, sir.
My man, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Definitely. So let's talk about Jonathan Akomwa. That's
Okay.
obviously a Ghanaian name, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you were born in Ghana?
Yes, I was. I was born in Ghana, was here from the age of 5 years old.
Okay.
And then my parents relocated to the U.S., so I moved to the U.S. with my parents. And so basically, we started everything in the U.S. I mean, from kindergarten all the way through university. Everything
Okay,
that
so
I've done has been stateside.
All of your schooling has been stateside?
All my schooling has been stateside, from kindergarten all the way through university has been in stateside. Like I said, I've been there since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
And so for me, it was a great experience. I got to learn and really get entrenched into the American system and how things work and
where
stuff
did
like
you
that.
move? Which state did you move to in the U.S.?
Okay, well, we moved to Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
So that was a shock because I came like in the wintertime, and so my mom was trying to put me down. I didn't even want to get down because it was snow on the ground, and I'm like, what the heck is this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and it was cold, and, it was difficult, but, as a kid, I adapted, made some friends in school, and, it was a great experience,
And you attended public schools?
I attended public schools all the way through my time in the States. And, in the States, back in the early 70s, it was really different for me.
Okay.
As opposed to maybe some Africans or Ghanaians who now go to the States, where you have, all types of people and all type of nationalities at every school. When I was growing up, I was like the only African kid,
Okay.
in the school system, because, Ghanaians and people weren't really traveling that much then.
Right.
I went to the States like in '69, and
Okay.
so it was like, people didn't really travel that much, and so I was the only African, and it was tough.
The only continental-born African.
Yes, the only continental-born African. Yes,
You was
yes.
over there with some different type of
yes,
Africans.
yes,
in Ohio
yes.
that you got to meet.
So it was an experience. It was really tough growing up. In the States during that time.
Okay.
Where people were really ignorant of Africa and African culture, and so there's a lot of education I had to do with my kid, my friends growing up, and some of that education was physical. I had to physically,
Defend
get
yourself.
exactly, get them straight. You know what I'm saying?
It's like
So
the boy from Africa, like you said, and coming to America.
Right,
so
right.
You had to deal with a lot of that.
I had to deal with a lot of that, but it was an experience. Is what molded me to, to persevere and the character that I have now, to overcome obstacles. And so, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
And you went from public school, and then you wound up at Kent State.
Yes, I went through the public school system. When I graduated from high school, I even went to the military, did that for 3 years.
Okay.
And then, from the military.
I didn't realize that. Thank you for the service.
Yeah. Well, I did that. Once I left the military, I actually went to a community college. You know, there's different ways to go to university. I went to a community college for about a year and a half to get reacclimated to, you know, education and stuff like that, and also to build up college credits that could transfer to a major university. And so I went through that process. You know, so I've persevered. You know, I went through that process, went to university. You know, had a great time.
What made you choose Kent State? Kent State is an HBCU, right?
No, Kent State is
not an HBCU.
No, no, Kent State is an all predominantly white university. I went to Kent State because well, a lot of people in Cleveland, it's close to Cleveland. And so a lot of people went to Kent State that's from Cleveland. You know, it was like the major university to go to, you know, and it's a Division I school. It's very large. It's like 30,000 students, you know, so it's a pretty big school.
So how was that experience being native Ghanaian, right? Moved from Ghana, wound up in a black community, went to public schools with most black Americans, you know what I'm saying? Descendants of enslaved Africans who were there. So you had to go through this whole thing about being an African kid and a boy from Africa. So you went from there to a majority white institution. What was that like?
Well, you know, by that time, you know, people were a little bit more open-minded, you know, in the 80s, you know, people were starting to understand Africa and the power of Africa and Ghana, and they were starting to see things through TV and realize that it's not just jungles in Africa. And so the whole mindset was changing. And not only that, you know, you're at a university where people are more intellectual, and, you know, and so there were people that were into the African movement and stuff like that. And so now you went to an atmosphere where Africa was revered, you know, and being from Africa was revered. And so, you know, it was a great experience for me during that time, and, you know, I enjoyed my time, but I didn't really mix with the white part of the university as much, because Kent State, like I said, is a predominantly white school. It was very racist, you know. You know, we had student marches and stuff like that. So there was a Black United Students office in Kent State, and at most predominantly white universities, where we all rallied together, promoted Africanism, promoted Kiswahili, the language, you know, and Kwanzaa and all of that. And so blacks always, you know, joined together. You know, yes. And then, you know, when I joined the fraternity, it even went to another level. You know, that's just all the blacks.
And may I ask which fraternity that is?
Yeah, well, I joined the one and only top fraternity, which is Omega Psi Phi. Omega Psi Phi fraternity is, you know, one of the predominant fraternities in the whole fraternity system. You know, the fraternity system in the U.S. is very, very large. You know, you have white fraternities, black fraternities, you know, but the black fraternities, or the African American fraternities, are called the D9, and it's, you know, it's 4 male fraternities and 4 sororities and another fraternity as well. And so they're really a close-knit family. You know, they help each other, especially at the white universities. It's different at the HBCUs. The white fraternity, the white schools, the fraternity system is really help each other, nurture each other. There was a statistic that was going around that the fraternities graduated more people than those who were not in fraternities
at the universities.
At these white universities. And so, you know, it was a really close-knit family. You know, we worked together, we helped each other, we traveled, we did so many things. It was just a wonderful experience.
So,
you know.
So from there, what led you back to Ghana? How did you get back to Ghana?
Well, and this is an interesting story. You know, I'm glad you asked. You know, I grew up in the States, I said, from, you know, the age of 5, and then I was really, you know, wondering what Ghana was like. You know, never really had an opportunity to visit Ghana in all that time. And so in the year 2000, 1999, 2000, you know, they had this big Y2K scare where everybody was like, it's going to be the end of the world, or, you know, computers are going to shut down and all of that.
For
you know.
some of you younger people who may not remember Y2K, it took us about 5 minutes to log on to the internet. So if it takes 5 seconds now, just be a little bit patient. If y'all don't know about that AOL dial-up, then you don't know what
Yes, yes. It was a really, scary time for some people. And, I knew I had relatives and stuff back here in Ghana. So I said, let me take a sabbatical from my work. I was working with United Way at the time, one of the largest nonprofits in the world. And I said, let me come to Ghana and see what it's like. And so I came to Ghana December of 1999, and I ended up staying for 6 months. I mean, I just totally...
Did you plan to stay for 6 months?
No, I didn't. I came for a month, and I just kept calling my job and like, look, I got to give me some time, because I had the best time of my life. I couldn't believe it. I came here because, you're brainwashed in the States, and I hate to say it, I was too, even because at 5.
As a Ghanaian.
Yes, even as a Ghanaian, because I never really knew Ghana. I came as an infant, so I wasn't really, remembered Ghana. And so when I came, my uncle picked me up in his Mercedes. We went to this big house. My cousins driving cars. We're at the beaches, and I'm riding jet skis.
This is not the Africa.
This is not the Africa
you saw.
This is not
the Africa you was used to.
And so
Ohio.
and the culture, the warmness of our people, and how we accept. I mean, my auntie was trying to cook different foods for me every day, and I'm like, it was beautiful. The women were beautiful. I mean, I was just like in heaven.
In heaven. Okay, so you came for 6 months.
I came for 6 months.
And then you went back.
I went back to the States. At that time, I just had a divorce, so my kids were young, and so I wanted to be back and support my kids. And so I went back and did that and continued my work. But what happened was I knew I wanted to come back. I was like, I got to find a way to get back to Ghana.
What's interesting? Because it's been said, and it's said that you get bit by the Ghana bug.
Right.
But normally, you hear that from non-Ghanaians,
right? Black
Americans, people who came to visit,
right?
And then there are also so many Ghanaians who want to get out, who want to leave and never come back. So it's really interesting to hear you talk about how something was pulling you back to Ghana.
Right. So, and there's two types of Ghanaians. Let me explain that. There's Ghanaians who...
I don't have any authority on this, so
yes,
whatever...
I'm Ghanaian, so I'm telling you.
Disclaimer,
so,
this is not Diallo, Sumbri, or Diaspora Link defining the two types of Ghanaians.
But, there's two types of Ghanaians in my eyes. I see Ghanaians who grew up here, they know the hardships, they went through the struggles and all of that, and so they go stateside. When they go stateside and work and start making money and enjoy the life of the States, they don't really think about coming back as quickly because they've lived here. They know the difficulties. Some of them struggled or whatever, and so it's to find a better life. But those who were, left here or wasn't born here, when they come back and see that, wow, Ghana is also a place where I can make home and I can settle. They're dying to come back, And another set of Ghanaians is the wealthy and the poor Ghanaians. Okay. The wealthy Ghanaians, you can't pay them to live in the States because we're here. They have everything. They have a cook, a maid, everything is at their fingertips.
And it's affordable.
Exactly, and it's affordable. For a very small amount of money, they have everything at their fingertips. They're respected, yes, massa, bossa, all of that. But when they're in the States, you're just a regular Joe.
You know
what I'm saying?
Black dude.
Regular,
police bullets ain't got no names on them, right?
And
police shooting at you, they're not gonna be like, wait,
exactly.
Okay, my bad. No,
exactly. And the worst part of it is really the disrespect. Because people from Ghana, I'm a Ghanaian, so I'm telling you how it is. Because a person is from Ghana, you could be the richest person in Ghana, but they look at you differently because you're from Africa. There's this mentality, and so wealthy Ghanaians, you can't pay them to stay in the States. They love here, but the ones who struggled here, to find a better life and to, get to the States, those are the ones that really normally don't want to come back. So sometimes people are confused and think, why don't people want to come back to Ghana? Those are the reasons, And for me, growing up in the States, coming back and seeing that Ghana is beautiful and this is an opportunity, my cousins and families are doing great, and it's such a beautiful country. So I wanted to come back.
So you left, you came for 6 months, went back to the States, and you wind up coming back to Ghana.
Yes.
Let me ask this question. What other African countries have you visited?
I visited South Africa.
Okay.
I visited Nigeria.
Okay.
Ivory Coast.
Okay.
Togo.
Okay.
So those are pretty much,
You've been around.
yeah.
So what we're going to do right now, this is a surprise. You don't know
Okay.
this, but this is something that we call Africa in 60. It's a game that we play.
Okay.
There is no pass. There is no fail.
Okay.
There is no plus or minus or not keep the
Okay.
score. So what we would like you to do
All right.
is name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds. All right?
Okay.
Now you just named some.
Okay.
But you have to rename those when the clock starts.
Okay,
Because the
okay.
clock wasn't going. So now that the
Okay.
clock is going, just do your best.
Okay.
And we're going to keep count.
Okay.
Do we got a timer set? We have our timer set. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Senegal, Ivory Coast, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, DRC, Mauritius, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, let's see, Libya, Mali,
Here we go.
Botswana. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
Don't worry, we at 19.
19.
Let's see if we can get to 20.
Let's get to
20 is the magic number.
Algeria.
Here we go. We got more time. Keep going.
Algeria. Man, I'm bad at this.
No, you're doing all right. All right,
Let's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 20 is a magic number.
Okay.
We appreciate that 20.
No
You know what I'm
problem.
saying?
No problem. Definitely.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a small break, and we're going to come right back and dive more into our conversation with our guest to find out more about what he's doing now that he's returned in Ghana. And I promise you, you'll appreciate the impact that's being made. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Okay, and we are back with our guests. So, we left off talking about Africa.
Yeah.
You did very well in our game, by
Thank
the
you.
way, because
Thank
I
you.
know it's not easy for
It's
people
not easy.
who not used to looking at the map and then being under pressure
Right.
without giving advance notice.
Right.
So you moved back to Ghana. So
Yes,
now
sir.
let's talk a little bit about your what you've been doing since you came back to Ghana.
Okay. Well, first of all, I have to kind of start with what I do professionally.
Okay.
I've been working in the nonprofit sector or the NGO sector for almost 30 years since I graduated from university.
Okay.
And mostly I've been doing that work with United Way.
Okay.
United Way is one of the largest nonprofits in the world. They have a whole bunch of other nonprofits under them. Salvation Army, Boys and Girls Club, all of these are United Way agencies. So when I came to Ghana, I had an opportunity to start working with United Way. So I came as the executive director for United Way Ghana.
Okay.
I did that for 3 years, and it was really, really a great experience for me to be working with a nonprofit that I knew and was familiar with, and to help them to grow their base here in Ghana. And so we worked with a lot of the major corporates, and I really enjoyed that, And so it just pushed me to, as I'm getting older and things, I wanted to do my own thing.
Okay.
And I was seeing that the need in Ghana was a little bit different. There was all types of different things that were needed as far as nonprofit work that I thought I could do better on my own. And that's what I did. I went out on my own, started my own nonprofit called Team CSR Ghana.
CSR Ghana.
Yes, Team CSR Ghana.
And CSR?
Team CSR Ghana. The team stands for Training, Evaluation, and Measurement of CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility.
Okay.
So that is what we do. We provide training, evaluation, and measurement. And what it basically does is we try to identify companies. Ghana has a different system when it comes to nonprofit work and NGO work, because in the States, if you donate or you give to a company or an orphanage or a nonprofit, you get a tax write-off.
Okay.
But Ghana, there's no incentive for people to give. And so even companies don't really have that incentive to give. They do donations and things
because
like that.
Because they don't get tax write-offs.
They don't get tax write-offs, first of all. It's that the culture is not set up for them to really do donations. So we're trying to change that mindset. We come in and we tell corporates, hey, why don't you do something that is sustainable, that makes a lasting impact in communities, besides just a donation of toys or things like that. And so that's what we've been helping corporates do. We've been lucky to work with some of the major companies in Ghana to build schools, build clinics and provide boreholes in communities that need it and things like that. And so it's been great. It's been great for me. It's been difficult because raising money in Ghana is very, very difficult. And so, we've been managing, as they say in Ghana. We've been managing. Yes. We've been managing, but managing to really make an impact in communities.
Okay.
And so we talked about the fraternity situation, and I've been in my fraternity since '87, which is over 35 years. That I've been a member of this Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and you have great leaders through history. You have Jesse Jackson and astronauts and a lot of famous people, Michael Jordan. I could just go on and on as far as the people that are in fraternities. And so my fraternity during the year of return, Ghana had this big year of return in 2019.
Very familiar with the year of return.
Yes, and I know you were very influential in that. And you have to be commended for that too. And so that came about, and a lot of African Americans were coming to Ghana.
Okay.
And my fraternity decided to put together a delegation to come to Ghana.
Right.
And so when they were coming, first of all, we had developed a chapter. When I first came to Ghana, I met another brother who was in the fraternity. We organized and were able to get a chapter accepted here in Ghana, called Talkai. And so
you're one of the founders of the Omega Psi Phi chapter
here in Ghana. Yes. Me and Dr. Brian Cox.
Okay.
And so we started the chapter here, and we got some other men to join. And when people, African Americans, were coming in from the States, they joined, and we just kept growing. And so it's been a beautiful thing. And so the fraternity saw that we were here. They wanted to come, and during the year of return, they brought a delegation together. And they didn't just want to come and do a visit. They wanted to do something that would be impactful.
Right.
And since I am a nonprofit that's doing these type of work, we put together a borehole project for them. We did 2 boreholes in Acapulco School for the Blind and another one in a village near there. And so they came, they commissioned it. They was like, wow, this is beautiful.
And I think it's a good time to comment for people who may not be familiar with black fraternities and sororities that community service and service to the community is a big part of why these fraternities and sororities exist. So
exactly.
I just wanted
And it's all through their history. You know, when African Americans were struggling through civil rights and all of that, fraternities and sororities have been in the forefront of all of that. And so the fraternity came. They saw how much water that we take for granted in the States. I mean, kids have bubble baths and everything, and you know, a person get a bucket of water to bath, they happy, you know. And so they saw how it impacted communities, and it was like, wow, we need to do more. And so they went back and they said, look, we're going to commit to do 24 boreholes all throughout Ghana through your nonprofit, your NGO, Team CSR Ghana. And so we started on that, you know, and it was very successful. And the way that they raised the money was through all the different chapters they have stateside and around the world, and all the individual brothers. You know, we have millionaire brothers. I mean, you know, so many things. And everybody started donating. And so we reached the 24 boreholes so quickly and kept going that, you know, we just surpassed it. And right now, I'm proud to say we've done 60 boreholes in 60 villages all throughout Ghana in the past 2 years.
That is definitely to be commended. Offhand, would you be able to share with us, would you be able to quantify that impact? So 60 boreholes.
Yes, 60 boreholes in 60 villages.
60 villages.
All throughout Ghana.
So how many people now have access to clean potable water now through Team CSR as well?
Well, when you look at look at villages and the area and the people that actually benefit from this water, some villages are 2,000, some people are 3,000. On the average, about 200,000 people in Ghana have received access to safe, clean drinking water since we started this project.
And this is through the it's called the
Water for Life Initiative.
Water for Life Initiative with Team CSR
and Omega Psi Phi Fraternity. Yes, it's the partnership. It's been great. You know, we're impacting communities so much. You know, and I have to commend the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, because if you look at how much money has been spent, you're talking about almost $250,000 has been raised by this fraternity to help Ghanaians, you know. And so they, through my NGO, we've made sure that we've impacted these communities, you know, and the sad part, unfortunately, is that when people see me on TV and other places doing all of these boreholes, they're calling us like, hey, our village needs water, hey, what can you do for us? And once they get my number, it's nonstop, you know. It's like, everybody is calling me for water, sending me pictures of their community and what's going on. And so it's just so sad, because in this modern era of 2021, we're still having communities and people drinking from streams where, the goats and the cows, drink from. And, I mean, it's really bad. Ghana has to do better. Our people have to do better,
And water is, like you said, in the States, water is something that we really kind of take for granted. Every day you wake up, you just turn your water on and you expect it to flow. You expect it to be clean. Not only that, if it's not, and you have some type of health problem because of it, you could sue.
You can sue.
You can sue the government and get paid.
Yes.
So right now you have 60 boreholes, right?
Yes.
And are you still doing more boreholes?
Yes, we're doing more boreholes. Other D9 members have stepped up and working with us to provide water through communities. Team CSR Ghana, we do so much more. We
talk to us about some of the other.
Yes.
I don't want to just skip over the boreholes. I do want you to share some of the other things you do, but I think that the impact of the boreholes on communities in Ghana, like I said, is one to be commended. So I'm not just trying to skip over and move to other things, but we would like to hear some of the other projects that Team CSR may be doing, and then even give us some examples of like what are some of the feedback you get from some of these communities that you're in?
Well, when I go as an NGO to do projects, when the way the people are so enthused, and they're blessing you and blessing your family and your children and your future, it just brings more blessings to our work and enable us to get more donations to do the work that we're doing. We did We worked with an orphanage in the central region, Village of Hope.
Okay.
We were able to do a borehole there. We're also able to work with Delta Airline employees that actually put together, raised over $300,000 to build a clinic. It's one of the largest clinics there. And so, you know, we helped them with that. You know, we helped to raise funds to furnish the clinic. You know, another project that we did that was really touching and was dear to my heart. One of the projects I'm really proud of as Team CSR is the 6 kids died in the central region. They were in a school, and the village came together and tried to do a KG building for the kids.
What is a KG building?
KG building is a kindergarten classroom block.
Okay.
And so it wasn't well done, and it broke down, and it killed about 6 kids there. Yes.
So
and it was very sad, you know, when the new NPP government came in, they even visited the school and donated to the family. And so they needed help to do another classroom block there. And so I went with a friend companies that have been supporting me. Chase Petroleum is one of them. Portman Group. They came and they put up about 100,000 Ghana cedis to do a whole new classroom block.
Wow.
And so we facilitated all of that, had it done. We commissioned. I mean, when the parents came up and talked about how they wish their kids could see right now the classroom that, you know, I mean, it's just, I mean, people were in tears, you know, and it's just, you know, these are the touching stories. These is what keeps me going, you know, because in the States, you know, nonprofit is just like any other major company. They make a lot of money, but in Ghana, it's difficult. You don't make that much money. But what pushes me is these stories, you know, these seeing people's eyes. When I come to a village and the old man is there and we bring water and he's telling me how he's walked since he was 5 years, since a child, a couple miles to fetch water, and he's in tears because now his village has water. You know, it's like it's moving. They don't have to walk. He talked about him and his brother, how they used to fight on the way getting water. Once you fill the bucket up with water and you're coming back, you're fighting and playing, and it's spilled halfway before you got to go back. You got to go back. You know, and so he was telling the story, man. I mean, everybody there was just like in tears. And this.
So let me ask you this. How did your life growing up in America with Black Americans, and even the relationships that you have with, I'm going to say, non-African born Africans, like how has that influenced your work here in Ghana? And would you say that having positive relationships with the Black diaspora outside of Ghana definitely helps Ghana?
Yeah, I think that the Black diaspora, you know, is really, really a big help to Ghana. You know, I think that, you know, and it's really a change in dynamics. You know, with all of the police killings and all the other issues that's going on with the states, and people coming to Ghana and other African countries and seeing that there is life here, there's opportunity, there's love, and seeing people of your same color doing things. Now people are like, whoa, you know, hey, you know, you got another option, you know. And so, you know, when they're coming, you know, they're also, you know, seeing people and they're touched by, you know, these people fetching water and different things, and they also bring their resources to help. And so it's just very huge for us that we keep the diaspora engaged. When they come to Ghana, you know, we shouldn't just focus on tourism. We should always incorporate a piece where they get to actually see people, interact with Ghanaians, and, you know, and be able to feel the need and also do what they can to help. You know, because if we make Ghana a better place for them, it's a better place for everybody, you know. And so it's just very critical that we keep engaging the diasporans and keep making sure that their stay here is great. And I think the Ministry of Tourism is doing a great job with that. That you know, year of return, and now beyond the year of return. I mean, just that whole theme is just is great. You know, bringing more people. You know, and so I'm just overwhelmed by that. You know, I'm loving seeing it, and you know, I just think that we need more of those type of things.
Let me ask you this question before we end, because we're just about out of time. We could probably be here
talk forever
and talk forever more about it. But what piece of advice, right, would you give to diasporans who are looking to come to Ghana and get involved in NGO work specifically?
Okay.
You know, share with us what advice you would give for people who may want to come and do exactly what you're doing.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have to be really committed. Number one, NGO work is 100 times harder in Ghana than it is in the States, is because I said there's not a cultural incentive to give. You don't get a tax write-off for giving as you do in the States and those type of things. So it's really, really difficult. If you're going to raise money, initially you definitely want to raise money from the States and bring that down and help, people, and so don't have high expectations that you're going to, just save the world, because even with me doing 60 boreholes in Ghana, I could be doing boreholes for the rest of my life and I wouldn't, reach a third or a quarter of the people that need water, and so it's, just know that it's one day at a time, one community at a time, one person at a time. If you can change one person's life, it's something. It's impactful. I'm very religious. I'm a Christian, and so I look at in the Bible when it says when I was sick you didn't visit me, or when I was in prison you didn't visit me, or when I needed water you didn't help me. When Jesus was talking about that, he's talking about your fellow man. And so for me, it's very important that we understand that the little that you can do is big and is impactful. Yeah, and so you just have to be committed. You have to love what you're doing. Not coming in and say, "Oh, I'm an NGO and I'm just here to do NGO work." You got to really be committed that you want to make an impact to help the people.
Man, listen, I can't thank you enough. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
And for joining us here.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Brothers.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for tuning in again to another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. Again, I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We'll end this episode, as we do all of our shows, with some ancestral wisdom by Proverbs. Today's proverb is, don't look where you fell, look where you slipped. Take that with you. See you next time.
Today's event is yet a further manifestation of the commitment of government to retool and re-equip the Ghana Armed Forces to enable them perform their duty of protecting the territorial integrity of our nation. We're gathered here this morning at the 2nd D Naval Base to commission 4 new vessels acquired for use by the Navy. Even though this is the first time in my period as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that such equipment has been procured for the Navy, I can assure you that it will not be the last. Indeed, when I took office as President of the Republic in January 2017, I was taken aback by the state of our armed forces, especially with regards to their operational readiness. It was nothing short of abysmal. We have thus had to take deliberate steps to shore up the capability of the armed forces and that of the other security services. We've had to purchase a significant number of armored personnel carriers, buses, and vehicles for the Army, and refurbish the existing fleet of CASA aircraft and helicopters for the Air Force, and placed orders for new fighter jets for them. Today, it is the turn of the Navy. All of these have come at a considerable cost to the Ghanaian taxpayer and at the expense of other equally important sectors of the economy. All our efforts at transforming the Ghanaian economy and putting our nation onto the path of progress and prosperity will be rendered futile if we do not secure our borders and give the Ghanaian people and businesses the serenity of mind to go about their daily activities in an atmosphere of peace and security. Hence the necessity of continuing to equip the security services until the end of my tenure on 7th January 2025. These vessels, Ghana Navy ship Volta, Ghana Navy ship Densu, Ghana Navy ship Pra, and Ghana Navy ship Ankobra, have been fittingly named after some of the famous rivers of our country. This is in recognition of significant progress being made by the armed forces to end illegal mining in our river bodies and help restore them to their natural state. Naming these ships after them is entirely appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana and indeed West Africa are currently confronted with twin threats posed by terrorism and violent extremism from the Sahel, which are rapidly moving southwards in our region, and by piracy in the Gulf of Guinea on our southern borders. The shared nature of these threats demands enhanced collaboration of all security actors within the region. Government is determined to do everything within its power to guarantee the nation's territorial integrity and ensure the safety of Ghanaians. As current chair of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS, coupled with the fact that Ghana has just taken her seat as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the years 2022 and 2023, even greater responsibility has been placed on us to lead and coordinate the fight against these transnational threats against Ghana and West Africa. That is why I have charged the highly respected Chief of Defense Staff, your very own Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, to work with his counterparts in the region to develop possible courses of action against terrorism, violent extremism, and piracy for consideration by the Authority of Heads of State. Government is in the process of acquiring 2 offshore patrol vessels with high endurance limits to maintain constant presence at sea. We'll also procure some more patrol vessels to respond to the myriad of threats along the coastline. Financing for the acquisition of these ships has already been provided for in the security sector retooling program initiated by the Akufo-Addo government. I want to reaffirm once again my confidence and that of the nation in the competence, dedication, and professionalism of the officers, men and women, and civilian staff of the Ghana Armed Forces. Their loyalty to the Republic and to the maintenance of its constitutional order continues to be exemplary. I'm glad to note in particular the achievements of the Navy in the fight against piracy, fuel smuggling, and other maritime crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare Ghana Navy ship Volta, Ghana Navy ship Densu, Ghana Navy ship Pra, and Ghana Navy ship Ankobra duly commissioned. I wish the officers and ratings of the Ghana Navy who will sail in these ships fair winds and following seas. May God bless the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Armed Forces, and us all. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
We continue the story of Reverend Father Andrew Campbell on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Today, we take a walk with Father around the Weija Leprosarium. This has been home to lepers in Accra and other parts of the country where Father Campbell actually administers. We go around with him to speak to the very people for which this center was created. Come along with us as we hear all the stories. When he was handed a parish at the age of 30, it came with so much more, and that was how his beautiful, selfless life with lepers also began. But it wasn't a love at first sight kind of story.
I came back to Ghana and tried to settle back in. And that's when the Archbishop called me, Archbishop Andrew, the late Archbishop. Said, Father, we want to give you a parish, Sacred Heart Parish. I said, yeah. I said, Your Grace, I'm only 30. I'm a young priest. And this parish is an old parish. You're calling for me in charge of it. The oldest parish in the crown. I'm a young priest. Oh, Father, you can do it. So I went there. It was 1977. I spent over 22 years there in that parish, in Sacred Heart Parish in Derby Avenue, and loved it. I loved it. That's what I did. I started to work with the lepers when I was in the cathedral, and continued working with the lepers at Sacred Heart. I used to bring them to church. Then I started working at Princess Mary Louise Children's Hospital. And I used to visit the fishermen down at Jamestown. Every year we'd go there and bless the boats, say mass for them and bless them there. I loved my work at the Children's Hospital. I always had that love for children, and I've always been involved with the Children's Hospital, and it's something I really love. I go there quite often to see how they're doing. I'm still the chairman of the board. And then with the lepers, I started work at the cathedral when a leper came to me one day with a whole bag of mangoes and said, Father, here, you know fingers, here, Father, here. I take it. I said, yeah. And I was afraid. I said, yeah, what do I do? And I took the magazines and said, thank you. And I gave them out to people quickly. I said, I don't want to get leprosy. But then after I gave them out, then I felt guilty. And I said, no, this is not right. Where does this man live? Let me go and follow up. So I came here. The place was in a mess. A mess. There was nobody helping them. They were hungry. The place was dirty. There was so much to be done. They were neglected, completely neglected. To go to a crowd, hiring a taxi was difficult, very difficult. They were hungry. Times they say, Father, we've no food. We're hungry. We need food. So that's when I started work here, and I felt this is what God is asking me to do, to come and help these people who are marginalized. They're forgotten, their families forget about them, they don't care. They don't care about them, they just leave them here. So I said, no, so let me do something. And that's when I started Lepers Aid Committee. Of all the young people who used to go around, and we'd have sponsorship walks, we'd have concerts, we'd have various things to raise money, because the little which they'd get from the government was very, very, very little. So they needed extra help. So we started organizing. We used to go on the streets and have walks on the streets and bring our cans and start begging from cars, looking for money. We'd go to Crown Mall at Christmas time and start begging there with permission from the authorities of Crown Mall with our containers, asking people to help us. So we wanted to help us in every way so that they wouldn't be neglected. Some people would love them and take care of them.
After one of the lepers he knew in the early days at Wager died, something on the day of his funeral got Father really angry.
And the way they were taking care of him, I mean, the people, so the relatives would come, and they'd come when somebody would die, because you have to give them a good funeral. If you don't give a leper here a good funeral, the disease will come back to your town. And so they always gave them a good funeral. There was one old man, he was 90 years of age, he was blind, he was 90. And Mr. Quarty, nice old man. He was a senior prefect here. And he said to me, Father, when I'm dying, don't send me to hospital. Don't send me to hospital. He says, let me stay here. Let me die here. Let me die with all my friends and others. So he died here. And I went to his room and I picked a nice up and down, nice one, and said, tomorrow we bury him, because we never bring him to the mortuary. We always buried him the next day. So they stay overnight in the room, the next day we buried him. So the next day I came, I bought a coffin for him, so I sent a coffin on ahead. And when I bought the coffin, then when I went and I saw the man, he was in a suit. So I said, what's he doing in a suit? This man, he's wearing a suit. I said, this man has never worn a suit in his life. He has to wait till he dies before he can wear a suit. I said, who gave him a suit? Because I had a nice up and down, beautiful up and down, which he had in his wardrobe. I found out the family. Bad news in Ghana travels fast. So these people who were living nearby here, I never came to visit them. They came with their cameras and their videos. They came taking photographs. So we went to the church. We prayed, and I said, my dear people of God, thank you all. You've all come here to bury this man. I said, thank you. That's so kind of you. So kind. But I said, it's a pity you have to wait till he died before you came to see him. It would have been nice to see him when he was alive. Hey, he said, I insulted him. I shouldn't have said that, he said. I've insulted him. But I said, it's true. Why did you wait? And you went along and bought him a suit. But when he was alive, he never wore a suit in his life. And now he's dead. And he's in a suit. So I brought him, put the coffin in the back of my car, and I brought him to the cemetery, mile 11. And there, when I came back, I was with all the lepers. We were all together. And then the family were at a different place. And the family had a pickup full of booze, plenty of drink. All the drinks were there, the beer, the soft drinks, and the rest. So They drank that themselves and didn't share with me anything. They said, no, because I insulted them. They wouldn't give me anything. So I said, it's okay, you go your way. You go your way.
The neglect that these lepers face, especially from their families, is one of the things that has been a great worry to Father. He shares a recent example.
The families neglect them too much. And it's sad. It's sad that they just dump them here and go their own way. Just dump them. We had a case here recently of one man who died. He died about 4 weeks ago. And when he got quite sick, and his wife went off to the north for a funeral. She forgot to come back. She stayed there. And the man was dying here. We took him to hospital, we took care of him, we did everything we could to save his life, but we couldn't. And he died. He had no family member around when he went to bury him. No, we had to bury him. The Muslim community around here came, said their prayers, and we went off and buried him in the local cemetery. And now, 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, and the wife comes back. Oh, Father, I wasn't well, I said, this is how you treat your own husband. So their own family members don't treat them properly. You know, they are marginalized, they are dejected in society. It's bad. You know, and they're not given that love and that care. You know, I always tell them that they are special. They're special. You know, that when they go to God, they'll have a higher place in heaven than you and I will have. Because all that they've gone through, all the abuse they've gone through, you know, how people don't mind or afraid of going near them. When you take them to hospital, you know, they see this, they won't have anything. They're afraid. But recently we gave them, we took them out in the bus and took them on an excursion. And that was an excursion of their life.
But there have been some really good days too, and a lot of love from people as well. He calls one of these moments the happiest day of his life.
I'll never forget that. We wrote to KFC, the managers there, and asked them to give us food for the day. So they gave us rice, chips, and chicken. So we took that on the bus and went off to West Hill Mall. And it was Christmas time, so we brought them around and saw the Christmas tree, the Christmas lights. And then they saw the escalator. We've never seen an escalator before. Never. And they were going up on the escalator. It was fun. Then we took them by a lift, down, up and down. They were so happy. They were so happy just by them. And then we took them over to Bojo Beach. And we had food before we went into the beach. And they enjoyed all the food. They chopped everything, all the rice, all the chicken, everything they enjoyed. And then we gave them ice cream, so they were really happy. Then we brought them to the beach. And with Bojo Beach, you have to go by canoe and they cross a lagoon. I don't know if you've been there, but you have to cross, getting them all into the boat, into the canoe. Those on crutches, those with artificial legs, those on walking sticks, and getting them from the bank into the boat. It was fun, but they enjoyed it. Then we brought them to the beach, and they sat there here on the beach. They looked at it and said, hey, this water, the sea is big. Hey, they haven't seen the sea before, and they're living here, and the sea is out here. They've never seen the sea before in their life, never. And they were so happy seeing the sea. And they looked out and saw this and such. And one woman had an artificial leg. What she did was she took it off and put it behind, and she went out to the sea and she sat there in the sand and she let the water just come in, just put over and go around her. They were so happy. That day was one of the happiest days of my life. That I'll never forget the joy and the happiness that we shared on that day. You know, the gift of giving, the gift of sharing, the gift of thinking of others. And what was it? What did it cost us? Nothing. We were able to share with our time and others, and it was wonderful. It taught me that, you know, the wonderful gift it is to share with people everywhere.
Now, Father Andrew Campbell tells us the stories of Kodiabe, the Christ the King Church, and the Soup Kitchen project that have also defined his ministry journey in Ghana.
After Sacred Heart Parish, I was there over 20 years. And then I was assigned to Good Shepherd in Tema. Good Shepherd in Tema. And that one was also wonderful, right at the port, right at the harbour. And then we had outstations. We had about 9 outstations at one stage. Outstations as far as Prom, Dawenya, all those out that area. But there was one outstation that I was asked to take care of in a special way, and that was Cordia Bay. Cordia Bay. I remember the first time I went to Cordia Bay. When I went there for a Sunday Mass one Sunday, nobody was there. The Mass was in a broken down school building, broken down ceiling and doors. All there was a dog, nothing else. And I was going to say Massa. So I went and said, hey, nobody come for Mass today? So I went from there to another outstation. So that was my introduction to Cordia Bay. But I came back. And Archbishop Ando and the Nuncio, Kochra, asked me to start a clinic and a convent. They didn't give me anything to start with. So there were 4 Reverend sisters coming from India. So I had to find accommodation for them. Then we had to start a clinic. So we could have sod with the local chief to start a clinic and the buildings around it. And there was one building there already. There were no windows, no doors, nothing. So we added to it and made it a nice outpatients. And then there was also in the town there was a dam. So we rehabilitated the dam for them and also for their farming and fish farms we had there. And then we did a lot for them in Cordia Bay. It was a good experience in Cordia Bay. They taught us, they were in need. We helped a lot of the children go to school, helped them to go to school, and the farming and others. So Cordia Bay was always a soft spot. I always say it's my hometown, that I've done a lot for them in Cordia Bay, and I'm grateful for what they've done for me too. I helped. So I was there, and then one day I was in Cordia Bay when Archbishop Buckle came and said, he wants to send me to Christ the King Church. He said, you've been here 12 years in Good Shepherd. We want to change you and bring you to Christ the King. So I came to Christ the King and spent 12 happy years at Christ the King, doing all I could. I started a soup kitchen. I saw the children were in need. After Mass every morning, the children and others would hang around begging for food and begging for money. So I said, no, let's get them together and give them a breakfast every morning. So the parishioners financed it for me. They gave me money, and we started a soup kitchen. So now the soup kitchen will be 6 years old this month, and we've taken care of over 300,000 to 400,000 children.
He also talks about his retirement and how an experience in hospital reignited his zeal to help the poor.
On the 31st of May 2021, I retired. I retired from active parish work. Okay. I retired from Christ the King after spending all those years, over 50 years, here in Ghana. And I came to live here with the lepers. Now, the reason why I came, there's a reason why I came here, why I want to spend my life. And rather than I could go back to my hometown and spend it there, I could go to certain places and just relax. But last year, the year before last, I was sick at the University of Ghana Medical Center. and I had a clot in my lung, a pneumonia of my lung. And I had blood pressure of 70/30, which is the blood pressure of a dead person. The nurses and doctors there worked hard on me. One night I had a crisis. I had a bad crisis. Thank God I had a crisis there, not at home. And they brought me back to life. So for days and days and days I was on a heart machine, oxygen machine, drips, catheter, you mentioned it, to bring me back to life again. And it was during that time, I lying in bed, because I was being spoon-fed, bed bath and everything. And it was during that time, a quiet time on my own. I was the only one in the ward. And it was during that time I heard God talk to me. You haven't finished your work. Go and help the poor. That was the message I got from God. So I decided God is telling me I should spend my retirement taking care of the poor and the needy. And that's why I've come here. We were talking to the administrator of the Common Fund, and she said, what do you want to do, Father? What do you want to do? What do you want us to do with wage? And I told her, all the accommodations here, 71 years old, and they're clay. They always break down and awful. So Common Fund have built 2 separate compounds here of 20 rooms in each, beautiful rooms. A room for kitchens there, everything is there, so 2 of them. One is Mother Teresa's soup kitchen, one is Padre Pio's soup kitchen. So Common Fund built that for us. And then they also built a nice big summer hut for us there to have big celebrations there. And also a clinic and a research center for leprosy. And they'll be the only research center of leprosy in the whole of West Africa. Phase 2 for Common Fund, they have to put in a new road and they have to equip the building. They have to equip the building for the research center. And so this is where I am.
Father Campbell admits that this job is not an easy one, just like these challenges he speaks about.
To do is these people have been neglected, but not just here. Kukufu, Ankofo, Ho, Nkanchina, Mwa. We help them too. We help them also. We share. At Christmas time, people came and shared a lot of food with us. Now we're sharing them, and we're going to go to all these various settlements in the country and give everybody a nice big Christmas gift each. That's what we intend to do. I wanted this image or this stigma which the people here, people are afraid. They're still afraid of touching, afraid of going near them, afraid of visiting them. So this is a big challenge. How can we overcome this? How can we? I mean, you take the lepers here, or the cured lepers. They get 30 cedis a month from the Common Fund. That's a CD a day to live on. How do you expect them to live? How? The rest is all donations from people who've given us money, donations for Christmas and the rest and such and such. But how do you expect them to live? I don't know how the others, those in Ho and Anchor, I don't know how they manage to exist. I mean, you take the medical bills we have here. That man who died recently, I had to pay everything for all his drugs, his everything, I had to pay for them. There was another man, he needed a colonoscopy. That cost 1,300. Somebody else needed a scan. That was 270 cedis. So how do you expect them to live? And I don't think it's fair that we treat them like this. I don't think so. And I think the families who dumped them here or couldn't care about them, they should be chastised. Up to the time I came here, we used to give them food every once a month. And they all got a consignment, this is your monthly assignment of food. The families used to come and take half of it and take it away. I mean, why? I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking. Why should he do that? So I stopped that and I said, we give them food every Monday morning. Every Monday morning we give just enough to last them for the week. And then when they move over to the new place, I will give each, I'm going to cook a hot meal every day for them, because some of them can't cook. So I want to give them a hot meal every day. In the midday, give them a hot meal and some fruit every day. So this is our challenge here. And I want the media, to come here and tell everybody what's happening. What's happening? This is no way to take care of our mummies and daddies. It's not their fault that they got leprosy. It's not their fault. So this is the big challenge which I have. And I'm hoping that through the various media houses and the rest, that more and more people will come and say, look, we will help you, Father, we will assist you. I've started this scheme, Adopt a Granny. And we ask people to adopt one person in the various settlements and send money every month to me. So they send money every month to my Momo, and we pass it on to the various patients, the various residents, and we give it to them just to try to help them. So this is one of our challenges, what we're going to do to help these people, not just here, but other places. How they're going to live, how they're going to feed them, the medical care, all of this we have to take care of. This is the big challenge which we have and which we need help. We need help in every way, because one CD a day is certainly insufficient to live on. So this is our challenge here at Waja. And then the second phase from the common fund of putting in the road here, because the lepers cannot cross the road. At the moment, the road is full of trenches from the rain, so they cannot cross from the new building up to the clinic because of these trenches. So we've asked that a road will be built, so the second phase of the common fund to put a road in, and we want to cross it. So that I'm looking forward to.
What keeps you going? That's a question I put to Reverend Father Andrew Campbell.
Oh yeah, what keeps me going? Many people ask me this question. Many people do. And I'm happy they ask me, because I'm not a social worker. I'm 75 years of age. I love being a priest. I love it. I'm so happy to be a priest here in Ghana. And I think it's a great gift that God has given to me. Now, I always remember what Mother Teresa, who is my patron saint, what Mother Teresa told a young priest who came to her. The young priest in India said, Mother, I'm ordained a priest. I'm a newly ordained priest. What advice do you give me? So he thought that she would say, oh, go and help the lepers, go and help the poor, go and help the prisoners. And all Mother Teresa said was, go and spend 1 hour in the chapel every day before Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament. That's what she told me. Go and spend 1 hour every day in chapel before the Blessed Sacrament. And that's what I do. Every morning, I spend 1 hour before I start my day's work. I spend that 1 hour before the Blessed Sacrament. That's what keeps me going. I spend that 1 hour and I say my Mass. One follows the other, they go together. That is what keeps me going. The grace and the strength I get from being in touch with God. I am not a social worker. I'm a man of God helping people. People come here from all over. People come and they phone me, they want help here, they want help there. They all come looking for help. Many of them come for spiritual help. Father, can you help me? This is what keeps me going. My prayer life, my spiritual life, my life with God. As I say, I wear my cassock all the time. Let people know I'm a priest. Let them know I'm a priest. And I'm going around, and wherever it is I'm asked to give a talk, I'm always there willing to help you. I'm willing to pray for you. This is what keeps me going. And I thank God for the wonderful gift. All the challenges of 51 years have passed. It's what's helped me through this. So this is what keeps me going.
Living in Ghana for over 50 years, has he any regrets?
Regrets? I have no regrets. I look back I look back on my 50, this is my 51st year in Ghana, and I've no regrets. I've learned the hard way. I want to be with the people. I want to be able to sit with a leper, a hungry man, a poor man, as well as a president, a vice president, or wherever, a bishop, wherever. I want to be able to be with everybody. I want to be a person to be, no matter who you are, I'll sit with you and talk to you. I'll sit and talk to you and be able to. So to me, I thank God for the gift of the priesthood. And I've no regrets whatsoever. I look back and step by step, how did I do it? From the time I was a young boy of 13, cycling to work every morning, hail, rain or snow, I'd cycle to work. And here I am today. Here I am today. How come? So to me, I thank God for all He has done for me. My whole life is just a testimony to God. And ever since I got that £10 money, £10 note, I said, now God, you're telling me that you'll never let me down. But that £10 note is a testimony that God will never, never abandon me. And He never has. When I asked Him in that church where my father was dying, and they said, I asked Him, please, just let me be with Daddy when he dies and let there be no pain. He answered my prayer. He answered my prayer. So I've got many testimonies of what God has done for me, how much I feel loved by God, that God really loves me, that God really cares for me. So, and then as regards to legacy, I want to be seen as somebody who helps people. No matter who you are, no matter what stage you are, no matter how poor or whatever it is, I want to be able to be known as Father's helped people.
So, it's because of people like Auntie Mary here that Reverend Father Andrew Campbell wakes up every morning and gives off to humanity. Thank you once again for joining us on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is our first episode in 2022, and we hope to bring you quality programming with updates on information and issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss prison reformation, rehabilitation, and the state of our prisons, especially during the pandemic times. Our guest is not a prisoner, but is somebody who manages the affairs of prisoners. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. Our guest is Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He is the spokesperson of the Ghana Prisons Service. Welcome, sir, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, my brother. Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you very much. How has the new year been for the Ghana Prison Service? That's the staff and also the prison inmates.
Well, I would say so far so good. We celebrated the Christmas and the New Year and the New Year's Day as well, and so both staff and inmates, we are okay as far as life is concerned.
Are there any special activities that go on during Christmas and New Year in the prisons for inmates?
Yes, you know, Christmas and New Year's are special occasions. So just as it is special for all of us, we try as much as possible to make it as special as we can for our inmates as well. So yes, quite a number of activities.
Like what? Parties?
Not parties as it were, but games, you know, activities, recreational activities that will keep them engaged and, you know, excited. We do those. And then people also come to celebrate with them with some goodies. And so we try to make it as much as, you know, possible. Exciting as possible for them.
Okay, so in my research, I realized that there are 47 prisons in Ghana. Are there any more that have been added to the number of prisons in the country?
No, we still have the same number, but if we say 47 prisons, if you hear 47, then they're talking about 47 prison establishments, because there are some establishments that do not hold prisons. For instance, the headquarters is a prison establishment, but it's not a prison. Then we have our training school, which is a prison establishment, but not a prison. And then the Senior Correctional Center, which is where the juveniles are detained, which we do not see as a prison because juveniles are not supposed to be in prison, and therefore we do not see that place as a prison. So it's a prison establishment.
So the Senior Correctional Center you mentioned, that's the James Camp Prison?
No, near the James Camp Prison.
Okay, so they're in the same...
What used to be the Ghana Bostal Institution.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the James Camp Prison is near the Senior Correctional Center, which has the juveniles.
Within the same camp, the same enclave.
Okay, so the officers work separately. They don't work together.
They are different. They are staff of different institutions, two separate institutions.
Okay, so which prisoners do we see on our roads with maybe some supervisors or prison officers? You see them in blue, and then they go around doing some work around town. Which prisoners are those?
Yeah, those inmates are usually from camp prisons. When we say camp prisons, they are those centers that are meant for low-risk inmates or inmates who have spent probably the greater part of their sentence and are almost about going on discharge. They are inmates who have shown signs of reformation. That is how you find about 4 inmates being escorted by 1 officer. And all the inmates may be wielding weapons, cutlasses for instance, and the officer has nothing, not even a stick. You know, so that is the category of inmates you see in our streets.
So they are from the 2 open camp prisons that we have?
Not only 2. Well, if you talk about Accra, then I would say essentially those ones will be coming from James Camp.
Okay.
But we have camps across the country, so you see them across the country as well.
Okay.
Usually from camp prisons. We do not take inmates from the highly, security tightened facilities out. I mean, as often as we do with the camp prisons.
And these prisoners, people ask questions a lot, like, wouldn't they run? Wouldn't they attack anyone? Have you ever recorded any cases of someone escaping during these exercises out there?
Oh, yes. The tendency for any person in detention to run to freedom is always there. So if you are an officer, you are escorting inmates, you always need to be on your guard, no matter the caliber of the person you are taking out. So yes, we have on a few occasions recorded cases where some inmates taken out to go and work attempted or succeeded in running away from the officer on duty. Now, if you're an officer and you take inmates out, you are supposed to bring them back and account for them. If you happen to lose one of them, you would have questions to answer.
Okay.
Investigation will be set up to find out whether you willfully allowed him to go or through negligence. Whichever way it goes, sanctions apply. Yeah.
And one common characteristics of these inmates that we see on the streets is they beg for money. And all of them keep stopping vehicles to ask for money, and people really support them. Is that something that you encourage?
No, we do not. We do not. They are actually not supposed to beg. But it all started when people started having some pity on them, and therefore started throwing some coins on the floor. Then they took advantage and decided to go into begging. But they are not supposed to beg. No, that is not why they are taken out. They are supposed to clean the streets, clear the streets, of weeds and things like that. That is basically why they've been taken out, but not to go and beg.
So would you advise the public not to give them money?
Yes. And if you would want to do it in a way that is safe. Imagine a situation where maybe you are in a moving vehicle, then you throw money on the floor for the inmate to pick, and then he comes without watching other moving vehicles. We could have problems on our hands. But if you can stop at a safe location and say, oh, come, take this, fine. I mean, if it's your wish, you want to help, no problem.
Okay.
But even that, ideally, you should, if you are able to spot the officer escorting the inmates, it's better to give to the officer in the presence of the inmate, though. Then it's accounted for.
Okay.
But they're actually not supposed to go a begging. No.
Okay. Okay. So we recently had the census. Was the prisons, were the prison establishments part of the census?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do you have the latest figures of the number of prisoners we have in the country?
Yes, as we speak, we have 13,743 inmates.
Is that inclusive of the remand prisoners?
Yes, all, the total population.
Okay. And that's still huge.
Yeah,
because for years the prison service has been talking about reducing the number of inmates, and this has been an issue even nationally.
Yes, the fact is that our authorized capacity as we speak is 9,945, and yet we have 13,743. So that's roughly about 4,000 in excess.
Yeah.
And so it brings congestion in many of our prisons. That is what a challenge actually is.
Yeah.
And so a number of things are being done to reduce the congestion.
Yeah.
You know of the Justice for All program, which first of all seeks to give justice to whom justice has been denied, because it says justice delayed is justice denied. And
yes.
So the Justice for All program, the courts, instead of inmates being taken to court for their cases to be tried, rather set up special courts in the prisons where these cases are heard, and the result is that some finally get convicted depending on the evidence adduced in court. Some get freed, some get bailed, some are referred to some psychiatric or some hospitals for some further examinations. Yeah, so that's basically what happens. And the resultant effect is that it reduces the remand population in our custody.
Okay, so the remand population is basically what actually causes for the high numbers in the prisons. Is that so?
It used to be high and was a cause of concern, but that is gradually reducing. And I want to believe that we cannot attribute our congestion, as it were, to the remand situation alone. A number of factors. We seem to be getting more and more inmates, which does not match the increase in our facilities. And so that's basically what it is. But I was talking about the measures.
Yes.
You may have also heard of the intervention by the Church of Pentecost that has come on board to build 5 camp prisons for us. One of which has just been, it was commissioned last year, somewhere around May in Ejura, which is in operation. One is almost complete at Nsawam. I'm sure before the end of this first quarter, we should have that also commissioned. And all these will come together to reduce the congestion further, and other measures being looked at by the Prisons Administration in conjunction with government. And I believe that we are on course.
So more prisons would solve this situation?
Yes, to a large extent, because many of our prisons have also not been purpose-built. And so some do not have the requisite structures and equipment and logistics that are supposed to help us go into adequate reformation and rehabilitation for our inmates. And so new and modern ones, like the one being done by the Church of Pentecost, will be very, very useful.
And there have been some other discussions, because you are talking about more prisons now that will save the situation, because you have the Ghana Prison Service, but others are also saying some sentences shouldn't be served in prisons. People should serve their sentences in their homes because of the level of severity of the crime. Is this something that the prison service supports?
Oh, yes. So we currently even have a draft bill which has a provision for non-custodial sentences. So alternative to imprisonment. So depending on the offense, you may not necessarily have to do time in prison. If those other options are available, what it is now is that our scope of sentencing policy is very limited. And so the judges and magistrates are constrained to use only those options available to them. So if we are able to introduce other alternatives per our code, then the judges and magistrates will have these other options to be able to explore, apart from, fine and custodial sentence. So yes, non-custodial sentencing will be one very important and lasting option if we should, as a nation, consider more the issue of congestion in our prisons.
Now let's talk about COVID-19. How difficult was it for the prison service to maintain, the pandemic within the prisons? Was it a difficult time for you?
Yes, it was. It was a big challenge, especially knowing very well how congested our prisons were. When we heard of what was happening outside the country, before you could even record the first case in Ghana, we knew that should we record a case within any of our prisons, because of how congested it is, it will be difficult for us to contain. Because we were also told that one key measure was social distancing. And the place is already congested. Are you going to say, are you going to leave some of them just to go home because the place? No, you can't do that. So social distancing is something we knew was practically impossible. And so from the word go, the prison administration, in conjunction with other stakeholders, put measures in place to focus on prevention, prevention, and prevention. And that has done the trick for us. And I must say that till today, we have not recorded any in-prison case of COVID. All the cases of COVID we had in our prisons were imported from outside. I hope you get that.
I get it.
Okay.
So in the prisons, there was no case from there that was spreading, but mostly people brought it in.
Exactly.
So while they come, then they test, and then you get this. So what are some of the measures you took?
First of all, we had to abide by all the COVID protocols, the hand washing, all the others. Then additional to those were other measures, such as suspension of contacts and group or church-related activities. So contact visits were suspended. So if you had, or even now, an inmate there, a ward there, then if you want to visit, you cannot have a tete-a-tete visit, chat with him or her as we're doing now. So we restricted all our visits to only those involving items being brought for inmates. So for instance, if you have a son or a daughter in there and you are bringing something, that is allowed. That will be received at the gate for him or her in his presence. But he stands away. You don't have any physical contact. We're doing that just so we can limit the possibility of any contamination from outside, because we know that once all the inmates were already there before the outbreak of the virus, then they were already, in a way, kind of, what's the term?
They spread the virus?
No, they were already in some form of confinement.
Okay.
And so it will be difficult for them to contract, but the danger will be those who will be coming in.
Yes.
So the reason why we had to suspend those visits. And then also we suspended our outdoor activities just so we could contain the situation.
Are they still suspended?
No, we are losing up a bit.
Okay.
So some are going out from time to time.
Okay. Are there rights for prisoners in the Ghana prisons?
Prisoners have all their rights intact, except their freedom of movement. So you have been sentenced to serve a term of imprisonment, so you are supposed to be in the prison. So you cannot get up and say, I want to go to the shopping mall. You can't get up and say, I want to visit a friend there or here. You can't just get up and say, I want to go to the movies. No. So all those movements are curtailed. Apart from that, your right to life, your right to education, your right to what have you, health, all those rights are intact. Yes, so prisoners have rights.
Yes, I know so many videos have been coming out of the prisons, and there are mobile phone videos shot by inmates, and some of them talk about the quality of food, some of them talk about the quality of, I mean, their sleeping arrangements and everything like that. Do they have rights to complain?
Oh yes, why not? They have rights. And if we had the facilities, those were not the conditions they'll be subjected to. So those situations are not punishment being meted out of them. They are compelled to have that because that is what is available. So if we had better accommodation facilities for inmates, I believe every inmate will have a bed, or if we could, even a room to himself. But it's just because we do not have all the luxury of all that, so we have to make do what we have. And so yes, we wish we could have better conditions for our inmates. And you talked about food. The feeding rate for inmates, as we speak, is 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos per head per day.
Per day?
Yes, so you would agree with me that is woefully inadequate.
1 Ghana cedi is 80 pesos a day?
Yeah.
For one inmate?
Yes. So woefully inadequate. And if I give you that, I wonder, you have a child, I wonder how you can feed him or her. But we have been performing what we term in our parlance magic, from what government provides, and then, you know, we also go into agriculture. So we produce vegetables and, you know, grains. So some of these loose grains and vegetables are used in supplementing what is provided by government. And then also we are lucky to receive some donations from well-meaning individuals. And all these are used in supplementing what is provided. That is how come we are able to at least sustain them. The quality may not be good, I agree, but you are sure that you have it every day.
It's a very, I mean, sad to hear about the level of financing towards the livelihoods of inmates, and I'm sure you open up to getting support from even private individuals, and all these other bodies are able to support.
Certainly.
How much do you get from, I mean, the corporate bodies and other bodies and churches and the rest? How much do they support the prison service?
I must say so far it's been good. Had it not been their support, things would have been more difficult. But we never have enough. So we still encourage more people to come on board. You see, the prisons are our potential second homes. All of us. You may never know when you find yourself at the wrong side of the law. You know, traffic offense is an offense. You could be driving before you realize you hit somebody's car. That can end you up in a prison. A lot of things can take people to prison. So the notion that if you see a prisoner, then he's a criminal in court, I think it's not helpful. Our brothers and sisters in our prison facilities need our support. They need our care. Without that, they will not have the mind to even submit themselves to any reformation programs. So let's show them care, let's show them love, and I believe that they will come back as better people that we all want.
Let's show them care and love, and we'll be taking this break. We'll be right back to speak with Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He is the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prison Service. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back. This is a lowdown. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is the Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He is the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prisons. So we're discussing, I mean, the life of inmates in prisons in Ghana and some of the things they go through. I brought up an issue concerning mobile phone footages of the prisons. How do these mobile phones get into the prisons anyway?
Thank you very much. It's a very complex issue. A number of contributing factors. One is visitors who come to visit inmates in our custody. They always try to outwit, outsmart our system. I'll give a typical example. Plastic bottles are allowed in our prison. So, for instance, Tampico, which is in a plastic bottle, is allowed. I'm just giving you one example. Yes. There was an instance where a visitor came with, and when you bring anything at all, you would have to, our job is to inspect it. So the officer on duty had to inspect. Now, if you open the top, you will find Tampico. You smell it, yes, Tampico. Now, you know that Tampico has a label, and the label is at the middle part. So what they did was they compartmentalized the bottle into three parts. So the bottom that you can see, Tampico. At the top, Tampico. In between was stashed a mobile phone where the label is. So it took the, let me say, intelligence or smartness of the officer to detect that no, the weight of the bottle was unusual. So therefore we had to split the bottle. That was how come we found that there was mobile phone in that bottle. Oh. So if you're an officer on duty and you see it without examining it properly, so I mean this is Tampico and Tampico is allowed. The inmates take it. He goes away with a mobile phone and any other thing that can be concealed. So that is one. Two, I must also admit that we have a few unscrupulous members of our staff as well who also collude with these bad inmates to bring in some of these contraband items. And so, yeah, it is a big challenge, especially mobile phones. And I must admit that it is a challenge for all detention facilities, not only in prisons, across the world. I mean, across the globe. It happens everywhere. I was reading something recently where in one of the advanced countries where they have better systems and security measures in place, they were using drones to drop contrabands. So the fact is that in every detention facility, inmates would want to access what they need at any rate, and they'll go any length to be able to get them. So our duty is to try as much as possible to prevent these things. And where the facilities that will help us are lacking, it becomes a challenge. For instance, as we speak now, we do not have any, I hear it's called the X-ray scanner in any of our prisons, not even one. So we do manual search, and it's not everything you can detect through manual search. For instance, if somebody is able to put something within his system, manual search, you will not be able to find that because the thing is already within the person's body. So if such a person goes in with something, then so it is a challenge in all our prisons. And,
so there are no scanning machines at all? Even the handheld ones?
That is the one we have, the one that can detect metals.
Metals?
Yeah, that one we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't have the one that can detect maybe food in the pockets, so where you could see on a screen, the ones that are used at the airport.
We don't. We don't. Not even one in any of our prisons.
Wow. Then it's going to make your work very difficult.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. But you see, in security, we have what you call the static security and the dynamic security. The static are the structures and equipment. The dynamic are the human beings handling the structures. And so if the static is lacking, then the dynamic would have to be augmented. So that's what we do. We try to up our game as much as possible to be able to detect some of these and prevent their entry into our prisons.
Because we know narcotic drugs are being sold in the prisons. We know prisoners calling. I mean, they do phone call businesses from the prisons, and all of these are going on. And I mean, officers sometimes don't even know. They don't even see. Maybe it happens in the night, and in the night they are logged in, so officers are not there with them. So some of these things come up all the time. Do you see it as also a dent on the prison service, or you see it as a regular occurrence because it happens in other jurisdictions as well?
We see it as a challenge because that is not what is supposed to be the ideal situation. We would wish that it never happens. And so we keep fighting against it. That is why we conduct regular and routine checks. So we do these searches so that we can retrieve some of these items. Because once the thing is able to get in, then there must be a way to retrieve it. So we conduct searches and retrieve some of these items, all in a bid to fight the situation, I mean the canker. Because whatever we are able to do, whatever we do, the things keep finding themselves their way into our facilities, and therefore we need to be able to retrieve them so that we can minimize at least the effect.
Prison infrastructure. I know we've closed some prisons or some forts that were used as prisons in the past. Are there any more prisons that we need to close down? I know it's a tough question.
It is a tough question. I would say yes, because we still have some prisons, as I mentioned earlier, that were not purpose-built. Some were some colonial structures, maybe military armories that have been converted into a prison. And so you will not have the appropriate structure that are supposed to hold a prison inmates. So yeah, so if we are able to build new ones, then those ones can be closed down. If we are, or at least we can rehabilitate and modernize them, then they can be used as prison facilities as it should be. Otherwise, once you're not able to do those, then we still have to keep using those ones.
I hear there are silos that have been turned into prisons. Which prison is what used to be a silo?
I wouldn't want to be specific.
You wouldn't want to say, okay. Silos and other things, I mean, colonial buildings and all of that. Now let's talk about reformation and rehabilitation of prisoners. What are some of the new, rehabilitation exercises or reformation exercises that have been introduced to the prisons?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, the NRC 46 of 1972, which spells out the money, says that it shall be the duty of the Ghana Prison Service to ensure the safe custody and welfare of prisoners, and whenever practicable, and undertake their reformation and rehabilitation. And so yes, we have safe custody, welfare, reformation, rehabilitation. Safe custody, first of all, what it means is that it is our duty to ensure that the person does not run from our custody. That's one. Then two, it's our duty to also ensure that nobody comes to attack the person within our custody. For instance, if you hear that I've raped your sister and you see me walking about, what will you do? I'm not sure you will let me go scot-free. So those who have committed offenses in our custody are kept safe for their own sake as well. Reformation rehabilitation. We have a number of programs. First of all, we see crime as a disease. So we have diagnostic centers, especially the most modern one is at Nsawam, where fresh inmates, those who have never been on remand before, fresh convicts. I must say that all these structures or measures do not apply to remands because the person has not been found guilty, so he's not a prisoner in the first place. Okay. So fresh convicts who have never been on remand before are kept at this diagnosis center, where trained officers engage them to try to find out what might have been behind their crime and find a way out. This is where sentence planning is done for them. This is where we are able to determine that, okay, so you can continue education because you were in school before you had your case, or you can go into tailoring, or you can go into some other, arrangements. So we have measures that work on their minds. So that is what we have the reverend ministers, the imams, psychologists, and psychiatrists. So they engage these inmates to work on their mindset in the first place. Then we have formal education, because we have also realized that the more illiterate somebody is, the more susceptible he is to crime. And so education is also very important in the reformation process. So we have started since 2007 formal education. So our inmates, as we speak today, go to school and sit for BEC, WASI, and quite recently, the University of Cape Coast, with the support of Volta Foundation, we have enrolled our inmates into tertiary program where they are reading different various diploma programs, at some to be specific. And I must say these measures are working quite well. One thing we have also noticed is that those who were quite untidy, unruly, by the time they start to enroll in some of these educational programs, you get them to be decent, see them to be now seem to be positive minded and that kind of thing. Those who are withdrawn because of they feel dejected, they begin to get some excitement. So the education is quite useful. And then also it's not everybody who can go to school, and therefore we do some other programs for them, which we call the vocational and technical programs. So we have inmates who are receiving training in carpentry, tailoring, batik tie and dye, crocheting, macrame, kente weaving, quite a number of some of these vocational activities for our inmates.
So with the educational facility in the prisons, what's the highest qualification any inmate has ever attained in the prison? Is it
for now,
degree?
it will be the WASI.
Okay.
Because the diploma program is now at level 200. So we have not produced any graduate of the tertiary program yet.
Okay.
Yes, so the highest will be the WASI.
Okay. So which prison for establishments take on these reformational, exercises? Is it only in Sawam?
For the basic, we have it at in Sawam, the Kumasi. But the tertiary program at the moment is at Sawam.
It's in Sawam.
Yes.
So if any other person is in another prison that doesn't have these schools and other things like that, what can the person request for it?
Yes, so arrangements can be made for it to be transferred from that facility to where you can have access to this. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's quite a very interesting scenario, because I've ever been to Sawam. I was privileged to go in as a student of journalism some years ago.
Okay.
And then I think we saw the basic school system in the prison. And they had a computer there at the time. Some people wanted to learn how to use the computers.
Yes.
So what's their pass mark? Are they doing well?
Interestingly, right from the word group from 2007, from BEC to WASI, it has been 100% pass. 100% pass. That's what we have recorded year on year, So I think it's been good so far.
And after the pass, they are able to enroll for the next level.
Yeah, so if you do BEC and you pass, you enroll in senior high school. So you continue to write your WASI.
And what certificate do they get? Do they get a certificate that says they studied in a prison, or
no?
Yes. Okay.
GES approved awarded certificate.
Okay. And they can get a job after they serve their sentence?
Yes, they should be able to access job after serving their sentence. But there's a law also which bars inmates from accessing any public sector employment, at least for after 3 years upon discharge. So that also is a bit of a challenge. And I think as a nation going forward, it might be a law that we may have to take a second look at.
So after 3 years, they can apply to work in the public.
Yes, that's what it means.
Okay. Do you have any?
But you also have quite a number of opportunities where you are asked the question: do you have a criminal record? If you answer yes, it means there's a question mark on you. Yes. So until we begin to take a second look at some of those requirements, it means that people who have gone to prison, no matter the circumstances, no matter the qualifications they get in there, when they come out, they may not be able to access some employment.
Now let's retract back a bit. I just want to talk about prison babies. This has been an issue some time ago, and where so many inmates have babies in prison and they have to be with their babies. So we have the babies growing up with them in the prisons. What's the situation like right now?
Okay, so I must say it has been improved. We had to create a baby-friendly unit. So we have a unit currently in Sawam and some other female prisons where mothers with babies are kept separate from the other inmates. And so that has worked so far so well. And the baby will stay with the mother until he's weaned. If he's weaned, then the parents, if they are willing, can come for him or her, or otherwise we will liaise with the Department of Social Welfare and have him or her taken to a children's home. Yeah, so that is what we've been doing. And as we speak, we have only one baby currently in Sawam.
Only one baby?
Yeah, one baby.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Courage. We'll be right back after this break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are talking about prison reform, rehabilitation, and our prisons as a safe place to keep inmates. Our guest is Chief Superintendent Courage Acheme, is the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prison Service. So we're talking about prison babies. You said there's only one baby all around the prisons, and one baby at the moment in Sawam. Now, prison officer recruitment, and we've seen so many people scamming people, saying they are doing recruitment for prison service. And I saw a website that's applyghprisons.com, which says is the platform where you can apply to be a prisons officer. Is that a real website?
Yeah, that one is real. It was created for this 2021 recruitment exercise. And I must say at the moment we are done with recruitment or selection of people to be trained as officers. We are done with that. What we are doing now is the training. The training is structured in phases. So the training is ongoing, but recruitment as a process is over.
Okay.
So if somebody approaches you now and says he wants to have you recruited into the prison service, that is a big lie. We are done with recruitment. We are doing training now. If another window opens for recruitment, again, we will announce it just as we did in the previous one in our papers. Normally we use the state-owned media, print media, the Daily Graphic and the Ghanaian Times, we announce, and then our website. Apart from that, no other, avenue. If anybody uses, especially social media, to say, I want to recruit you into the Ghana Prison Service, you must be watchful. That's a scam.
So if you want to be a prisons officer, you only have to go through that website,
yes.
or you can buy forms as well somewhere else?
Yeah, so the forms were sold online.
Okay.
Through the recruitment portal that we created. Yes.
So after that, anything else is fake?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what's the plan for the Ghana Prison Service in 2022?
Thank you very much. A lot, but I will just talk about maybe two key ones. The prison administration would want to take on board the issue of reformation and rehabilitation of our inmates more seriously or more adequately. And so we need support from both government and individuals and organizations to be able to do this. The Director General of Prisons wants to at least have a place that we can call a rehab center for our prison inmates. As I mentioned, we will be commissioning the camp prison built by the Church of Pentecost at some quite soon. The intention is to make that as a skills training and development center where inmates would be trained more in vocational and technical skills. And so his desire and intention is to have a center that can be used as a hub for all inmates who receive training in these programs at various stations to be brought there, where we can even take contracts, maybe sewing, to sew uniforms. Many of these uniforms you see are sewn at these tailoring shops.
Okay, all of them?
Yes, many of them. There are some who take them out to go and sew elsewhere. That I know. There are officers. Everybody has his style. He wants to sew. But our inmates who are trained to sew are able to sew our uniforms and are able to sew their own uniforms as well. So other security services, I know we have sewn for some private security organizations as well before. So these partnerships are welcome. People are willing to partner us to do some of these things. They are all welcome to come on board.
So if people want to build prisons or facilities, camp prisons, like the Pentecost Church has done, are they allowed to?
Oh yeah, the Church of Pentecost has shown the way. So just come, approach the prisons administration. and we can sit down and look at the modalities. Because if we allow you to just go and build prisons, you may not meet the specifications. So you need to partner with us so that we work together to be able to have a good facility that we can call a modern prison facility.
And what's the level of management or involvement of the church in the management affairs of the prisons?
With the case of the Church of Pentecost, they are only building and handing over to us.
Okay.
Their interest is to see how these centers are used in rehabilitating our inmates. That is the focus of the Church of Pentecost. But the management is under the care of the Ghana Prison Service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. It comes with a Mr. too, right?
Yeah.
You can say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming to the lowdown and giving us all this information about the Ghana Prison Service. You are our first guest for 2022.
Wow.
And we hope
That's an honor.
you will also be our last guest for 2022. We'll look for you again in December, hopefully. And you tell us a lot of the things that have been done this year for the inmates and also for the officers of the Ghana Prison Service. This is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of our media channels. Be safe.
And regional integration. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the acting chief director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ambassador Ramses Cleland. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the coordinating director, Ambassador Hannah Nyako, if you are here with us. And we have my boss, the Honorable Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Fuasi Irebi constituency, who is also here with us. I can also spot Mr. Kwekuse Chiado in the audience. Thanks for joining us. And of course, we have the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, who is here to brief us and to update us on government's efforts towards ensuring the safety of Ghanaians who were in Ukraine in course of this conflict. Thank you so much. Without wasting my time, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to give us her presentation.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for Information and his able deputy, the Coordinating Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and directors of the ministry. I acknowledge any directors from the Ministry of Information, Also, I see here Mr. Kweku Sechiado. Acknowledge members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for meeting with us this afternoon here. I know Sundays are for rest, but you've taken time out of the one day that you are allowed to rest to come here because of this very important matter. Since the Russian Federation and Belarus started military operations in Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, hundreds of lives have been lost through bombardments. Normal life in Ukraine has also been disrupted for the rest of its citizens, including for those of our compatriots living in Ukraine. The government of Ghana remains concerned for the safety and security of our people currently in Ukraine. As you will recall, Ghana, in her capacity as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, had supported calls and efforts to dissuade the Russian Federation from using force to address what it said were its security concerns related to the NATO expansion. We encouraged dialogue and peaceful resolution of the differences between Russia and other parties. We also warned of the humanitarian consequences of any conflict. With the security and safety of our compatriots in mind, we actively monitored the massing of over 100,000 Russian and Belarusian troops on the borders of Ukraine. Like the rest of the world, we accepted the word of Russia that they would or they did not intend to attack Ukraine. On the 24th of February 2022, we were stunned by news of the bombardment and invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. I would like to state at the outset that Ghana will continue to unreservedly condemn this unprovoked attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a United Nations member state, and we call on the withdrawal of Russia and the end of the war. We also would like to state that Russia bears responsibility for the security and safety of our citizens, Ghanaian citizens, and we call on her leadership to respect humanitarian law. Government is determined to ensure the security and safety of all our citizens in Ukraine. The ongoing military operations have put the lives of our compatriots in danger, and we have called on Russia to end the war and withdraw. Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's interest in Ukraine. Relations between our two countries have been steady, and in 2021, the government of Ghana granted approval to the Ukrainian government to establish a resident diplomatic mission in Ghana in accordance with Article 2 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of 1961. The economic and trade ties between our two countries, with major exports from Ghana, including manganese, aluminium ore, and cocoa powder, whereas there are major imports into Ghana from Ukraine, including iron bars and cold-rolled iron. Practical steps were underway to further enhance our relations. However, the current crisis is bound to affect, for now at least, any meaningful strategic outcomes. Effects of the crisis on Ghanaian nationals in Ukraine. Following the attacks on Ukraine, the latter closed its airspace to civilian flights. The country is considered a high risk to flight safety due to the use of weaponry and military equipment. Also, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency has warned the risk in flying in the airspace near to Ukraine's border, including Russia. Ghanaian students, like all foreigners, including our compatriots in Ukraine, have therefore found themselves in a very precarious situation. Consequently, based on the overall objective of government to ensure the safety of our citizens in the ongoing crisis, directives were immediately issued to 5 of our relevant diplomatic missions in Europe, as well as our honorary consulate in. Let me state categorically that although most of the students went there on their own, government has a responsibility to all of them to ensure their safety, and that we will do. Following the closure of Ukrainian airspace, it had become a challenge to airlift our compatriots from Kyiv and other parts of the country, thus leaving the only viable option of evacuation by land to neighboring countries such as Moldova, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. Consequently, my ministry, collaborated with the Ghana diplomatic missions in Bern, Switzerland, Prague, Czech Republic, Ankara in Turkey, and the Vatican, Holy See, and also Ghana's honorary consuls in Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, as well as Ghanaian communities and student unions in Poland, Hungary, and Romania to facilitate the evacuation of our nationals after being conveyed from Ukraine by road to the closest borders of the European countries mentioned earlier. May I therefore add that information received indicates that there are still 3 cities in Ukraine where students cannot be evacuated from due to the high-risk situation identified there, as reported by our honorary consul. These cities are Kharkov, the hotspots on the way, Sumy, also hotspots on the way, and Dnipropetrovsk, which is experiencing a complete lockdown. Another challenge which our compatriots are faced with is the fear of crossing at borders close to Russia for obvious reasons. We had requested our diplomatic mission in Moscow to assist with their passage, as it will be unreasonable and dangerous to now start looking for another border to access. Unfortunately, there are reports of incursions at the border called Sumy, which has posed a challenge for about 85 of our compatriots who sought to exit that side of Ukraine into Russia. I'm not saying that they have been attacked or anything. It's just that the situation there makes it quite difficult for them to cross. Steps taken. Ladies and gentlemen, we can confirm that an unknown number of Ghanaian students are reported to have left Ukraine a week or so ago following our Bern mission's advice as the situation was getting dire. Many of them are back here at home in Ghana. So they left early before the situation got very bad. The Ghana mission to Bern issued the statement below, which is also available on our Twitter handle. And I quote, "The government of Ghana has noted with grave concern the security and safety of our nationals, including the over 1,000 students in Ukraine following the Russian military operations across in that country. We urge our nationals to limit their movements in public places as they obtain adequate essential goods and remain in their homes or moved to government places of shelter. Please be assured that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, this, as well as this diplomatic mission, and also our honorary consul, are all directly engaged with the relevant authorities in Ukraine to ensure your safety and security. End of quote. Furthermore, officials of the ministry held a meeting with the leadership of the Ghana and Ukrainian nukes to brainstorm on the way forward, including plans of evacuation. A list of our students was compiled to facilitate a government-facilitated evacuation. And this information of a possible evacuation was conveyed to the students through our relevant diplomatic missions, also through our honorary consul resident in Kyiv, and also the student leaders to prepare them for the exercise. Having assessed the situation, the students commenced movement by road to the various borders where officials of Ghana's relevant diplomatic missions and honorary consuls are on standby to facilitate their passage into countries such as Romania, Poland, and Hungary. We need to appreciate the fact that coordinating evacuations in a vast country such as Ukraine with students and Ghanaians spread all over the country comes with difficulties, especially with restricted movement due to curfews and lockdowns. Officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration have held productive meetings with diplomats of the Russian and Turkish embassies in Accra to discuss the pathway to an incident-free evacuation exercise. Just this morning, I spoke to an official of the Ukrainian embassy in Abuja. They have concurrent accreditation to Ghana. And I told them about the difficulties some of our compatriots, especially the male students, are facing in their attempt to cross into neighboring countries. Both meetings resulted in an agreement to facilitate passage of our compatriots should the need arise. Other meetings were held with officials of the Scholarship Secretariat and a Ghanaian security institution, all in a bid to promote multi-stakeholder engagement towards a successful evacuation of our people. The ministry has requested 5 European countries bordering Ukraine, and they are Moldova, Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia, to facilitate easy passage into their countries by our citizens. Fortunately, the government of Moldova has officially indicated its willingness to facilitate the passage of foreign nationals based on a structured exercise. Steps are being taken to secure the contact numbers of parents or guardians of our students to enable the ministry to engage them as we seek to ensure the safety of our compatriots and allay their fears. Let me say that we will be meeting. We've sent out, Matilda, have we sent out the notice, a general notice out to parents and guardians of all the students to meet us at the Accra International Conference Center on Tuesday at 1 o'clock, so we can have some engagement with them. Let me also say that some of the concrete outcomes include the dispatch of officials from our missions to various border countries to assist our people when they cross into neighboring countries. Due to the effective collaboration with the Hungarian authorities, the government of Ghana has secured passage through Hungary on a visa-free basis for Ghanaian students who are in possession of Ghanaian passports. We are told the Hungarian government is also providing coordinated assistance to enable our nationals reach airports in Budapest or Debrecen. The government of Ghana is grateful to the Hungarian government. This effective collaboration has also led to the Romanian government according us a warm reception As is the case in humanitarian exercises, women and children have been given priority. The government of Ghana is equally grateful to the government of Romania for its philanthropic gesture. Indeed, the goodwill displayed by these friendly countries is a testament to the sound bilateral relations that exist between us and also the goodwill that Ghana enjoys among the Committee of Nations. We call on other friendly nations to extend similar assistance to our compatriots. So far, official information indicates the following. As at midday, today, 27th of February, information gathered was that about over 460 students have left Ukraine en route to Poland, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. The students will be received by officials of our diplomatic missions, honorary consuls, and officials of the students' union or associations. We are pleased to provide the breakdown of those who have exited Ukraine as follows. 132 have arrived in Bucharest, Romania, and our officer on the ground is preparing tickets for some of them to leave tomorrow to Accra. Reason why I say some of them is because the distance between the holding area and the city itself is, I'm told, over 500 kilometers. Am I correct? And so some of them are on their way to the city. At the moment, he has with him 24 of them who are at the airport, and he's trying to get them on Qatar Airways to Accra. Some are being processed at the holding area, and I'm told about 60 of them are going through border formalities. So they're on the other side of the Ukraine border, going through border formalities to get into Romania. 38, having crossed into Poland, are with our officials. We are currently also making arrangements for those who are willing to be assisted to get on flights. 25 persons en route to Prague from Slovakia were assisted by the honorary consul and will be received on entry by the mission in Prague. 25 just this morning arrived in Hungary and are being sheltered at the Pentecostal Church in Budapest. 85 of our compatriots are being assisted by our embassy in Moscow to cross the border town of Sumy into Russia, which I indicated earlier is creating or pose serious difficulties. The crossing is quite a difficult task at the moment. Our officials from the Moscow embassy are doing all they can to get them to cross so that we can also assist them onto flights to Accra. These numbers are bound to increase in a few days as we observe the team spirit being displayed by our people, our citizens, our students. They are reaching out to each other, setting up group WhatsApp chats, sharing important phone numbers of consular officers and other personalities who could be of assistance, and also the cascading effects of the initiatives. A most gratifying and heartwarming message, such as "we are safe now," I've received several, could not have come at a better time. We hope for better days as the ministry further engages our diplomatic missions and honorary consulates to extend consular assistance to our compatriots. Ghana has also put in place the necessary package to facilitate transportation, accommodation, feeding, medical support, flights, etc., to ease any burden on our people. With all the collaborative efforts, I'm pleased to inform you that a good number, over 220 of our compatriots, have exited Ukraine and should be with us in Ghana soon, and we are earnestly facilitating the safe return of a lot more. We wish to use this platform to debunk the unsubstantiated reports, such as alleging that a bus or a train conveying some Ghanaians to the eastern part of Ukraine was shot at. These are delicate times. Let us all endeavor to steer clear of sensationalism and unconfirmed reports. These only serve to heighten tensions at these times. We have parents, family, and friends of these students, of Ghanaians, who are stuck in a war situation. And the least we can do is not to play politics or to be sensational with news that is not confirmed. It's just not right. It is not right. It is not right. We must stop it. This is such a sensitive matter. I can assure you that our diplomatic missions in Bern, Ankara, Prague, Moscow, and the Vatican are working around the clock in a coordinated manner to secure the safety at all times of our citizens and their evacuation. I've ordered, as I said earlier, the dispatch of officers of some of our diplomatic missions to meet with our citizens who are being evacuated to facilitate the processes and handle any outstanding challenges. Together we can do this, I assure you. Let me say that our officials are not on the Ukraine side of the border, but they are waiting at the receiving end of the countries. So countries such as Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Hungary, our officials are there. And those who have been able to cross are in the custody, so to speak, of our officials. Let me say that the frustration for many of the students is the fact that there's so many thousands of people trying to cross over into these countries, and therefore, in some cases, it's taking them a couple of days, 3 days even, in the bad weather to be able to go through the formalities to cross into the countries where they can then be assisted. I'd use this medium to express gratitude to our missions and our honorary consuls who are working closely with the ministry to ensure the desired outcomes. I'd also like to thank all those who have offered various forms of assistance. We have religious bodies and student groups. They are all working together with government in an outstanding demonstration of support for a cause which requires a wholehearted commitment and the fact that it is necessary for us to show unity of purpose. Thank you for your attention, and I'll now accept questions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take your questions, but before then, I saw a few questions on social media, so we will start with those, and then I'll come to you for your questions. We can take 3 sets of questions. You can ask maximum 2 questions at a time. So when the microphone is brought to you, you mention your name and media house and then proceed to ask your question. Honorable Minister, there was a question on our Facebook which says there are some speculation about neighboring countries not allowing blacks to cross. Is that issue true? Is it something that can be verified? And if yes, what are African leaders doing about such a situation? Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now take your questions. Please, if you have any question, okay, we'll take 4 at a time. So we will take 1, 2, and I can see the lady at the back. Okay, and then we'll take the 4th question. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so the gentleman in blue and the gentleman in the Lacoste, and then you take the 2 at the back.
Yes, please, my name is Emmanuel Bonny. I'm from the Daily Graphic. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, the meeting with the parents on Tuesday. I mean, if she can share with us the broad areas that the meeting will center on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. That was a commendable update. My name is Bradford Donko, and I report for the Daily Statesman. Since Ghana is a member of the non-aligned movement, and as such, we condemn such conflict, I would like to ask, what is Ghana doing so far as diplomacy and an intervention to ease the ongoing conflict and then general insecurity among these two countries?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boama. So you take the 2 at the back, yes.
Okay, my name is Duke. I work with Duke Mentor. I work with City FM and TV. There are those who are of the view that the tensions have been simmering for a while now. Some will say weeks and months. And looking at how the situation has evolved, has the government been proactive in terms of protecting the number of Ghanaians who have chosen, especially Ukraine, as a destination of choice for the study of medicine particularly? And then secondly, over the last 2 parliamentary sitting days, or 2 days, the 2 last sitting days in Parliament, members of Parliament, I would say, made various calls for the minister to brief the House as representatives of the people on steps being taken. Has this come to her attention, and when does she intend to do that? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the last question at the back.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Harriet Nate. I host Diplomatic Affairs on Pan-African Television. I have a question for myself. That is, I am just wondering why we did not take advanced steps in getting Ghanaians in Ukraine to get out of Ukraine before the incident or the issue escalated. And then I have one more from this platform, which is how many Ghanaians are officially in Ukraine, and are there plans by government to evacuate all of them? How many have so far been evacuated, and where are they currently? So this is a question that was put on the platform. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. That's the first set of questions, but I think most of the things that you are asking about were already addressed in the Honorable Minister's presentation. For instance, if you talk about proactive steps, the Honorable Minister mentioned that because Ghana is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, they had already taken some steps to ensure that the conflict did not take place. But as it's escalated, they've made sure that the diplomatic mission abroad are at the various neighboring countries to receive Ghanaians and make sure they are safely evacuated back home. But I will call on the Honorable Minister to address the others.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. One question was asked about speculations that neighboring countries are not allowing Africans to cross, and what the African leaders are doing about it. This is information that has just come to our attention. We need to cross-check. We need to confirm or otherwise whether indeed this is the case. So far, the people, which I'm a question that, or a situation that has come to my notice, where people are saying that some students, male students who tried to exit Ukraine were stopped and asked to go and fight. Because as we are all aware, men who are over 18, between 18 and 60, are not allowed to leave Ukraine. These are Ukrainians, citizens of Ukraine. The rest of them are willing to come back, to bring them back. The meeting with the parents is at 10 a.m. Sorry, I said 1. It's at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, and it's basically for them to allay their fears, tell them what so far we have done. We have a full list of students, over 945. And if there are any parents who have children who probably are not on our list, that would be a great opportunity for us to add on, and also as and when we're taking off those who have come, and so on and so forth. So we want to have that dialogue with them. And of course, they are all, many of them would probably have the wherewithal to pay their way back. And those who, we will pay for those who do not, cannot afford a ticket back, but many would be able to afford, so we will be able to separate those and then do what is necessary. So these are all issues that we need to engage the parents, guardians on. You did say that Ghana is a member of a non-aligned movement, correct? What are we doing to ease the situation? Fortunately for Ghana, we are at the Security Council, and we have made statements, and in all our statements we have called for dialogue, we have called for peace, we have called and cautioned against the humanitarian situation and what difficulties and it can bring to ordinary citizens of Ukraine, also with our own people in mind who are there. So I'm not sure why you mentioned non-aligned movement and you're asking at the same time, because the whole essence of a non-aligned movement is not to be aligned, but then at the same time you're asking what we have done. But yes, tensions simmering for a while, and you're saying that looking at the situation, I have here a lot of correspondence from our Honorary Consul, from our mission in Bern about a week or so ago. And a week or so ago, if you pay attention to the international media, you find that, I mean, what everybody is saying is the fact that a week ago, even days ago, nobody ever thought that we would get to this point. It all pointed to the fact that there will be dialogue, there will be negotiation, that parties will sit at the table and negotiate. Nobody thought that we would get here. Unfortunately, this is where we are. But I can tell you that a week or so ago, our mission advised, and it is in a correspondence that I have, that the mission advised that those who can to get out as quickly as possible. There was also a situational report on the ground in Kyiv, where our Honorary Consul was telling the students as we went along that stay safe, stay in your hostels, try and get your few, whatever it is that you need, and stay safe, don't go out unless it is extremely. So every step along the way, there was advice going out to our compatriots. If you can't get out, if you cannot stay safe, now that it is not safe anymore, we are providing buses and so on and so forth. So it's not like we have been just sitting back watching, but we have been proactive. And it is even at that point that we were working with the student associations. They were sending us a list of all the students who are there. Let me take this opportunity, probably talking too much, but I think it is important. Many students go outside the country to study, and they do not even bother to be part of any group, any association, or to register with our missions. Any citizen of Ghana who leaves the shores of Ghana must register, so that when there is a situation like this, immediately you can be reached and you can be accounted for. Unfortunately, they don't. Many of them didn't even bother. Fortunately, many are with associations, student associations and the NUG, so we've been able to work with these groups to get them. But otherwise, it is difficult. And we keep saying this over and over again, and nobody pays any heed to it. The parliament, when they want you to appear before the plenary, would send you a notice of questions. And we haven't received it, at least as at today I was in the office. We haven't received, I don't have any such question, but I'm very willing from after today to appear before the House. And I could go there myself and request to brief the House. And that is something also that is available to me. I don't mind doing it. I just want us to see a few arrivals and get enough concrete information that I can give to Parliament when I appear before them. How many Ghanaians in Ukraine, and what plans to evacuate? Like I said, the plans is what I have outlined in my statement. The how many Ghanaians, it is difficult to say. We can account for the students and those who are part of associations. And I'm sure you can understand the fact that if there are any Ghanaians there who are not there legally, they most likely will go underground rather than avail themselves to be evacuated. I'm not sure, but that's also a possibility. Thank you.
So we'll take the last but one set of questions. So, okay, we'll take all five. I can see 1, 2, 3, and then, okay. So, so we'll take 3 from here and take the last 2, and I'll come to you in the last round, please. So please, you can start from the gentleman in front.
Good afternoon. My name is Salom Gwabiji from the Finder newspaper.
Please, we can't hear you. Can you
My
speak?
name is Salom Gwabiji from the Finder newspaper.
Okay.
Madam Minister, you make the claim that nobody knew that the situation would escalate. But I have an article here from CBS News where on the 25th of January, Joe Biden addressed the American people and warned that a Russian attack on Ukraine is imminent. So how can you then stand before us and claim that nobody knew that this would be the situation when there were warnings being given by other nations to their citizens? Second, you claim also that we do not know, or it would be difficult to tell how many Ghanaians are in Ukraine. Probably yes, the illegally resident ones. But do you not have an official number of people of Ghanaian heritage living in the Ukraine? Do we not have that from the embassy? Can we not tell specifically?
He said the official number that the embassy has. Okay.
Not just Ghanaian students, Ghanaian citizens who are in Ukraine.
Thank you so much. My name is Musa Lansa with GH1 TV. Honorable Minister, in your presentation, you made a statement. I need clarifications. You made a statement that the males were having challenges, the men were having challenges in the evacuation process. What is the challenge they are facing? If you can bring some clarity to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The name is Justice Lee Adoboy. I work for the Xinhua News Agency. Honorable
Please.
Minister, the name is
We
Justice
can hardly hear you.
Adoboy.
Justice, okay.
Yes, Xinhua News Agency. Honorable, you agree with me that Ghana equally has a very cordial relationship with Russia, and I believe also that their embassy is right here in Accra. I would like to know what direct engagements we have had with them in terms of maybe getting assurances about the safety of our people crossing over to their territory in case there is a war. And also, part of the statement condemned the action Russia has taken against Ukraine. But Russia also claims that some of its Russian-speaking people in Ukraine have been under oppression, as they describe it, from the Ukrainian government. When these things were happening, what had been our role in trying to find a lasting or a peaceful solution to it to prevent what we are witnessing now? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take the two at the back and then come for the last round.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Some security experts are saying that we must find the root cause of the war instead of trying to condemn Russia outright, because they may have their reasons, apprehensions, and fears for doing what they are doing, even though it is not tenable, it is not acceptable. But instead of attacking them, why don't you go to the root cause of this conflict? Because they have been angered, especially they have been angered by NATO actions in Ukraine and other neighboring countries. My second question, they're also saying that if you are not careful with our utterances and actions, it may trigger war, because it took Germany to attack Poland to bring the whole world under the brink of Second World War. So in our deliberations, our discussions, we must also tone down so that tempers will come down, instead of trying to scold them and do all kinds of attacks. Because now there are some countries, very powerful countries, supporting Russia. North Korea, Pakistan, China, and co. against the NATO countries. So we must be very careful in our deliberations. Otherwise, it must also trigger maybe a third world war. What's your reaction on that assertion?
Thank you, Nana. We'll take Kafui's question.
My name is Kafui Day from Ghana Television. So last Friday, Ghana voted yes on a UN Security Council resolution demanding that Russia immediately stop its attack on Ukraine and withdraw all troops. What are Ghana's guiding foreign policy principles that made us vote the way we did last Friday? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, I beg you, some of the questions is as if when the Honorable Minister was making the presentation, you were not following. Because, you know, geopolitics is quite complicated, but the Minister has reiterated the message that our representative at the Security Council, Ambassador Harold Ajiman, has already been saying. We are against conflict. We are pro-dialogue and peace. So Ghana's efforts at the UNSC at all levels is to ensure that no more missiles, no violence, and they go back to the negotiation table to talk and find amicable ways of resolving the situation. So the issue about finding the root cause and all that immediately is not the point here. The point is to make sure the bloodshed stops and the conflict stops, and then they go for dialogue. So I'll go to the Honorable Minister. We'll come back for the last round, so let's go for the Honorable Minister's response.
Thank you very much. I did say, and I stand by it, that a week ago, the world did not think that we'll get to this point. You are saying that it was predicted by, is it a radio station or a newspaper? We were looking at what was happening on the ground, not what a radio station or a newspaper said. We were looking and monitoring what was happening at the UN Security Council, where dialogue was being called for. We were monitoring the overtures being made by both sides and others calling for dialogue, and at every given time it seemed like that was going to work. And if you listen to international media, they're also saying the same thing, that nobody thought that we'll get to this point. So, yes, maybe that media house predicted, but I'm telling you that from what was happening on the ground, it was not expected. That's all I can say there. Do you have an official number, as in the embassy, the consulate? I went to great lengths to say that those who travel out of the country, who make themselves available, who give their information, we have it. There is no way that any embassy of any country will know the number of its citizens unless the citizens make themselves available and let them know that we are here. We are in London, we are in Manchester, we are in Kyiv, we are in Lviv. If they don't make themselves available and to tell you, you would never know. And that's why I said that it's in situations like this that you get to know the importance of that. So we do not have an exact number of Ghanaians who are there. We wish we could. We wish we did. But that's not the case. Even with students, it is only through this exercise that we are able to get the student list, the full student list. The males, I said that some males are rumored to be having challenges. I explained it. These are just rumors. Some males in crossing, it is rumored, are having challenges. So far, I have not had any confirmation of this. But I thought I should mention it because we are all hearing this without any confirmation. And yet at the same time, we are getting our students crossing over. And the only reason why it's taking time is because of the sheer numbers of people who are trying to cross over. Yes, we do have very cordial relations with Russia. Russia is a country we very much appreciate, and we value the strong relations that exist between our two countries. As soon as this thing started unfolding, we invited the Russian ambassador to the ministry. We had very cordial engagements with him, interaction with him. He assured us that our students will be safe. Our preoccupation in all of this is the citizens of Ghana and nothing else. Yes, we are part of a committee of nations, and therefore what happens elsewhere should be of concern to us. But when this started unfolding, we had our first responsibility was to the Ghanaian citizens, and we had a very fruitful discussion with the Russian ambassador, who assured us that they will do all they can to enable our students crossover. What role did we play to prevent what we are witnessing? God has been so good to us. We are a member of the Security Council. We made statements, and if you will, you are paying attention to this whole thing, you realize that it's about dialogue. We called for dialogue. We warned about the humanitarian consequences of this. We were talking about safety and security of all citizens, especially our citizens. These are the things that you can talk about. We encourage dialogue and peaceful resolution of the differences. So, yes, we have done our part, like any of the big powers. They can go further than that. What we can do is what we did. We need to look at the root cause. Well, that is at the different levels of engagement, and in this case, we all belong to the United Nations General Assembly. Will meet the UN Security Council has met on several occasions. I think that the call for them to look at the root causes is a good call, sorry. And so that's probably what they should be looking at, and I hope that they will. I'm sure that they've taken all of that into consideration. Let's tone down instead of scolding. Nobody is scolding. We are interested in the safety of our citizens, the humanitarian issues that come about, and also the fact that sovereignty of a nation is sovereignty of a nation. And the intrusion into your sovereignty, whatever the cause, is something that the world should not encourage. Can you imagine if one day, because of something we are doing, another country that is close to us decides, a bigger country tries to invade this country? How would we feel when, whatever it is, in diplomacy, the number one tool is negotiation, the number one tool is dialogue, finding peaceful solutions to problems. And so that is what we are calling for. That is what we continue to call for. And that is what the world should always call for. Even countries that feel aggrieved over certain issues.
Will be kind enough to come and assist us. Okay, the Honorable Minister says 53 people have entered Poland. So that's it. I've been signaled that. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Honorable Minister, thank you for honoring our invitation, and we hope to meet some other time. Good afternoon.
This is Ghana. This is the Upper West region. back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. Guys, did you know that we have hippopotamus in Ghana? Did you know it's right here in the Upper West region, a town called Wichral, and I'm here to see it for myself. I'm super excited.
So to the river, we have to join public transport. That is a motor cane. We sit on it. The driver will drive us comfortable to the river. There we join a canoe or a boat to go and see the hippopotamus.
So we are about to leave. We paid 40 Ghana cedis to rent the motor king. After 20 minutes of a rough safari ride, we finally reached the river. I'm super excited. I haven't seen a hippopotamus before. I've been wanting to see this since 2 years ago, since I started YouTube, and I'm so happy I made it happen. And guess what? The dry season is the perfect time to visit the north. Rainy season, you know, the hippopotamus spend a lot of time in the water, so they hide under the water. But during the dry season, the water level is low, so they tend to bring their head up more than in the rainy season. So the perfect time to come is December, January, February, up to March. After March, the rain starts coming, and then you would have to wait till probably December. So.
There are safety precautions that I want to put in place before we go. We are now on water, no more on land. Follow what I will say you should do. Where you are sitting, be on the middle of the seat. Don't turn anyhow. If there's anything,
we have to be very quiet so we don't disturb the hippopotamus. So we have just started the trip, and I'm going to be wishing. Wow, I've seen 2 so far. They keep coming out and going inside.
The Wichral Community Hippo Sanctuary is a community-based conservation initiative established by the chiefs and opinion leaders. Our main aim is to conserve the fauna and the flora, that is the plants and the animals, market it to the rest of the world or other regions as an ecotourism site.
So this is Burkina Faso and Ghana.
The river, the hippo is the second largest land mammal after the elephant. Elephant is having weight over 4,000. The grown, matured male hippo, the weight is 3,200 kilograms. The female weight is 2,700, 2,800, depending on the age. They carry their pregnancy for 270 days.
Whoa!
And they give birth every 2 years. That's the interval. So we started 98 with only 4 hippos. But now, according to our hippo census, we are having averagely 50 hippos.
Wow!
50. But they live in groups. A group of hippos is called a school, like the school that each and every one of us attended. So depending on the group that we will meet, ever since I've been here for the past 10 years, the highest group I've ever come in contact, they were 22 in number. Sometimes you can see one. When you see one, that one is an independent hippo. It doesn't want to associate itself to any group because that one is always very much dangerous. Sometimes you can see 2, like what we saw at the entrance. That was a female and the little one. I'll give you this and there isn't. Hippos, when they give birth, they're having the liberty to bring the children to the group. That is, if that offspring is a baby girl, the grown ones, particularly the males, they don't have problem. They can support the mothers as far as nature is concerned to cater for them to also grow up. But if the mother unfortunately give birth to a little hippo and it's a boy, there's a problem. If it is brought to the group, the grown males will kill it because they don't want it to grow up and they will be competing over the women. It can just be like we are here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 men against 3 women. If they are hippos, we have to attack the younger one. It could be this one or the other guy at the back. we have to kill him so that the woman can be, we can do our mapping so well, 1-to-1. So that's how they normally do it. See, each and every one of us is carrying hair on top of our head, and even different components of the body. People is not like that. The only small hair you can see is those in the nose and in the eyes. Apart from that, their body is so exposed or naked. So they don't want to get their skin burned. That's the prime reason why they stay in the water for the whole day. When it comes to night, around 7-8 p.m., they leave the water there on the land. That time temperatures are so down. So that's how they behave. And they equally feed during night. So when they leave daytime and they are underwater, they are grazing. They eat a lot. Averagely, they can chop grasses. Their weight is around 40 kilometers. Sorry, 40 kilograms per night. That's how they can eat. And per every bite, the magnitude of grasses or feed that they can consume is 50 centimeters. That's how it is done. Hippos, I can say, they don't have teenage pregnancy. At the age of 9, the females are ready to do the do, conceive, give birth, and they also multiply.
We have seen about 6 of them, so he says we should be very quiet. Sleeping. This is so surreal. I saw hippopotamus in their natural habitat right here in Ghana. Wow. We are about to see the hippos from here. It's like a tree house, so let's go. So guys, this is another option. This is the tree house where you get to see the hippos right from sleeping here. So you can actually come here, come with your tent. They bring you here by boat from where we lodged earlier. Then you can spend the night here. So this has been exciting. Guys, I'm so happy because when I was flying the drone, as soon as they heard the sound of the drone, even though they left after they noticed there was something around, I was able to capture them. This is so fulfilling. I'm so humbled and I'm so grateful for. Bye bye. Yo. Okay. All right. So if you understand what they said, I think we are very close to Burkina Faso, and we are going to Burkina Faso for the first time, and this is so exciting. You get to very close to another country, and you don't get to explore. But I mean, once I'm going to step foot there, I can say I'm also going to Burkina Faso. So keep watching, guys. I hope you're enjoying this video as much as I enjoy documenting my experience. So because of the drone, we worried them, so it will take some time. Yes, I literally sacked them.
But it was worth it.
Yeah, because standing from afar getting a footage of them was a little difficult. We couldn't see their entire body. So yeah. How do you feel?
I'm just trying to soak it all in, guys. I can't believe that I have been up close and personal. I'm sitting in.
How do you feel?
Oh my god.
That's exactly when I was flying the drone, I had so much feelings. I was like,
alright, so right now, guys,
look at them.
Look at them.
They're like my friends now.
We're about to step foot on the land. Can't wait.
The surprising thing is, guys, we are going to Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso, and boom! We are in Burkina Faso.
We are there. We've gone to another country.
We are going to step foot in Burkina Faso. So guess what, guys? I just entered Burkina Faso. I mean, this plant is from Burkina Faso. This tree is from Burkina Faso. I just stepped foot in Burkina Faso, and I feel so great. So when you're standing here across the river, the black water is Ghana, and I'm currently here. The border is not too far from here. It's quite a walking distance. We'll have to go inside, but we don't have a means of transport unless we walk. So yeah, it feels so good. After a short tour, we are leaving back to Ghana. So yeah, this is the Monkey Island. During the rainy season, we see a lot of monkeys here, but because we are in the dry season, they've moved away for a better living. We started our journey from another point, but we are using the shortest route, so this is the end of the boat ride. We are going to walk to where we parked our Moto King. So this is how it looks like from here. This place is really beautiful.
First people to settle in Wichao town moved from the Gumba land. Obviously, long ago, there used to be disputes over women and land issues. So those in the Gomba land, or the people who migrated from that place and settled in Wichao, they decided to relocate. So when they were coming and they got to Wichao, the leader asked them to stop because he foresaw that that place was a nice place for living. But the place was very like a forest, very bushy and full of wild animals. In order to clear the place for a very peaceful or safe living, he just asked them to start clearing the place that they want to settle. So that's how they came by the name Wichao. The we is just like the English we all know, so many people. Then the chow in our language means to cut, clear, or cut something, or chop something.
Nice.
Weed and then
we chow.
So we chow, we chop, we cut. Wow, amazing. For the group trip, we paid 60 Ghana cedis for entrance, 60 Ghana cedis for the safari and the boat ride, and we paid 40 Ghana cedis for transport, which we shared among ourselves. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. amazing. As part of my experience here at the Royal Kuzi Hotel is a safari experience. You guys are coming along. Let's see the animals here. I hear there are lions here in the safari. Did you know that? I'm yet to see it for myself. So let's go. Let's experience the place. I like the view. I love the West. I love the Upper West. Let me know in the comment section if you're enjoying my Upper West series so far. Let's go. Let's see what they got.
Hotel and safari. Yeah, it's really a wildlife ranch. We have wild animals where we are keeping them on ranches. But before we start the tour and then everything, I'll be your tour guide for this morning. And I'm in the person of Halid.
Are we going to be walking?
Yeah, it's really a whole project. We are still to have an official launch of the whole thing.
Okay.
Maybe when that is done, our safari cars and then everything is already in.
Okay.
So we'll not be doing this walking tour.
Walking
and then
thing.
we just have a drive tour.
It's because we are the pioneers.
You
see,
we are the pioneers.
Exclusives when you roll with us.
So yeah.
So what's in this here?
This is our hippo camp.
Ah.
This camp is referred to as our hippo camp.
Are the hippos in here?
Yeah, they are in.
Wow.
The hippos are here.
Yeah, they are in.
Where are they?
Are they big?
They are big, but they are really young ones.
Oh, okay. How old are they?
They are just 20 months old.
Oh, okay.
This camp is electrocuted. It's electrocuted because of the hippopotamus. Yeah, we are trying to maybe scare them away from getting closer to the fence. Aside that, we don't want them to be moving around. So the electrocution scares them away back into the water.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I hope it doesn't kill them.
No, it doesn't kill because
what do they eat?
they feed on grass. They are looking for supplement. Usually we go around the banks of the dams in the morning to also search for fresh grass to just add to their feed.
Okay.
They are really managing our dry grasses, but we also give them a supplement. So usually every morning we try to get them fresh grass that they will feed on.
How deep is this water?
It's about 6 feet deep.
6 feet?
6 feet.
But that covers all their body.
Yeah, it covers, even 3 feet can cover their body. So what happened is, because here we have a different seasons, the dry and then the wet season. But we've monitored this water for the past 3 years to also know that the drainage system doesn't pass that 3 feet level, so which holds the hippos.
Yeah, you can see their body. I saw one here earlier, but it's gone inside. Yeah.
It's gone in.
Hey. Looks like the hippos here at this safari, they don't like us.
They don't like you. No,
they don't like us.
Not that they don't like you. They like you. Basically, in the morning, because they're fed during the night, they like to stay under for some time. Yeah, they stay under for some time. So on this water will be getting more dirty. So it's just our way of trying to make this water clean.
Oh, that's the pumping machine.
Yeah, that's the pumping machine. So, and there's a filter over there. So we pump the water into the filter, recycle it, and then pump it back again.
Wow, this is so interesting.
Aside that, we also have different species inclusive to the hippo inside this pond. We have about
inside
3.
The pond?
Yeah, inside the whole pond. This pond is really large.
So it's a man-made pond?
Yeah, it's a man-made pond. We have a man-made pond and then a man-made dam. Almost everything here is artificially created.
Okay.
Almost.
How big is the safari?
It's about 240 acres.
200.
Wow. For the whole project.
That's really
With the
huge.
exception of the hospitality, which also holds about 60 acres.
Okay.
So the whole project holds like 320 acres.
Wow, that's
These the hippos, they are really dangerous animals.
Yes, they're wild.
They are wild. They are wild and then very, very dangerous animals.
They'll attack us.
Yeah, but they don't just attack unless you try to temper in their home.
Their space.
Yeah, because now they know they are living in their home.
This is their home.
Their water is
We
their
don't
home.
want to trespass on their territory.
Yes, you don't need to trespass in their territory.
Hey, so if we go to Waitra, then what? If they see the
So
boat?
usually, I know for sure, like per the videos I watch, when you go to rain trial, you have to be extremely quiet. So they'll tell you to be quiet just to watch them. Then after that, you just go. Yeah. So if it's like flying a drone or something, you don't fly it when you're there.
Yeah.
You can fly it when you're outside.
That's
Yeah.
Okay.
But currently what we do is we have guys around who move to also check on our animals. So in case we even have visitors or tourists who want to see animals, we can contact them. Like any moment from now, I have to like try to read them whether our animals are closer or they are far away.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
And then you
safari is really fenced, so no animal moves out of this territory.
Okay. You all come and check it out. Remember who showed you first?
We, Stella Chanelli, Miss June, Laurie Lawson, you know the vibe, you know the vibe.
The elephants?
No, the lions, yeah.
Oh, the lions are fed all the time.
Yes.
I feed them thrice a week.
Oh, okay.
I feed them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Hey.
And
Okay.
per feed is a full donkey. Usually they are usually spread by ants. So that's why we have plenty of them around. The one with the
tree?
Yeah, this tree. Wow. Here we call it the Sira.
Sira tree.
In our local language.
Does it
But
produce fruits?
No.
Okay.
But it just drives away ants.
Yeah, it drives away and then it will break. The leaves will start developing.
Guys, this is beautiful. Look at them. Look at them.
They only lose their fear in the night. And this is how they stay when they are well fed and then they don't see any other thing worrying them. They are always, they know they are in their home. So they don't have anything to bother about.
Wow.
So as they see us around, you see it will get to a time then they will start looking scary in a way because they don't know our mission. Unless they stay for some time and then they get to know that these people, they are harmless. What happens is during the hunting stage, these ones, you see how they are staying. This is how they stay to observe animals, just to identify the weak one. So they stay in the bush, like they are even staying inside the bush to hunt. They can stay for almost 2 to 3 days to identify a weak one among the flock. So the moment they put the chase, they are targeting you.
Yeah.
Now let's assume we are standing like this. They are able to identify a weak one among us.
Yeah.
So the moment they jump out of this fence and they are putting the chase, they can run past you, run past my sister here. Then they are targeting me because they think I'm they've observed that I'm the weak one. And any speed I have, but I can't run past that 800 meters, they will be targeting before they can catch me. And usually that's how they do their hunting. And normally it's the females that hunt. So the females are the wild ones.
Oh, right.
They are really wild. The females are the wild ones. And they are like cats.
Come on. Yes, girl. Yes.
Ready.
See how I called her?
We are harmless,
Come on.
don't worry.
Come on.
Hey!
My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
You should have seen me.
I was just talking about this fence. So this one runs from where we started the tour, the entrance of into the dam. And the reason is we try to stop certain species, almost all the antelopes from getting to this side because that's where the lions are.
The dam is
So
a
we don't
natural dam, right?
No, it's an
It's
artificial
man-made.
dam. It's a man-made, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we don't want some of the species to be getting closer to the lions. We
Even
want
though
to-
they're in the cage?
Yeah, but they may see certain species like the zebras, for instance. That's their favorite meal. So they may want to jump out and then feed on it. So we have to prevent that.
Okay.
We need to let that thing out of their mind to have the feeling that they may go out and then put a chase on any animal.
Yeah.
So we try to stop all animals from getting to the lion's cage.
But then, do you still come around and see some animals? What animals have you seen here?
Inside this cage,
Yeah.
we have different species. The different species of the antelopes.
Okay.
We have the fallow deers, the bushbacks, the elands, zebras, and then blackback. We have all of them inside this camp.
Walking free.
Yeah, walking free.
Nice.
The first thing we saw right here is the shea tree. If you haven't seen a shea butter tree, this is how it looks like. The skin of the tree feels funny. Yeah, look at this. It's so rough. So, at which month does it fruit?
Yeah, April, May.
April, May.
Start fruiting, yeah, April, May.
Okay, by that time the vegetation is green.
It's green. This bark, you see that the bark is hard. It's like the bark of the crocodile.
Yeah.
It prevents it from fire outbreak. So the bark is really strong. And this same tree is where we get our charcoal from. Though it's advisable we don't practice deforestation, but if you want the best charcoal, it's from the shea tree.
But
Even
hey, don't go do that.
the fruit itself is edible.
Yeah.
It's really tasty.
Yes.
So after
I hear
eating
it
the
tastes
fruit
like
itself-
pear.
Yeah.
Shea butter.
Yeah, I'm here to taste the
We
real
will
fruit.
taste
It's still processed into shea butter.
Yes. And you can use it
Then
for
even-
eating,
yeah.
skin, everything.
And even after processing it into shea butter, the chaff that is left is not even thrown away. They mix it with sand. And then when you go to some of our local communities,
They
it is
build
used
houses.
to plaster houses.
Oh.
You go to some of these local communities, you see house plastered with our cement. Usually you mix the chaff with water. And then sand.
This
You
is
use it to
local
plaster.
cement. So this is how
Green, yeah, when it's
the
ripe.
fruit looks like. And this is how it looks like. This is fresh. It's now fruiting. But then when it becomes big, then they dry it before they can start using it for shea butter. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And it's really beautiful out here. I like the fact that the weather is hot, but you don't sweat. It's dry. And it makes me feel pretty, like sun, the glow, the extra
shea butter, and my mom is like, "Are you sure you don't add anything?" I'm like, "Nope, just shea butter."
So since we are seeing the poop of zebras here, this is how it looks like. He says he's very sure the zebras are around. This area is not fenced, it's the free range. So we are walking in search of zebras. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we are hoping to see zebras.
Yeah.
And so how often do you see them?
Usually every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Okay. So we are very hopeful we'll find zebras. I'm super excited because the only time I've seen a zebra was at Shy Hills, which is caged. So this living free range, I can see their poop all over. What's the name of their poop? Or is still poop?
It's poop.
It's poop. Okay, poop is poop. So yeah. Are you enjoying the tour so far? Let me know in the comment section.
You enjoy yourself, Stella?
So we are in search of the
Zebras.
and we are following their poop.
Yes.
But we are up the hill.
We are still going high.
We are not seeing anything. So let's go. Let's hope we find them. Whenever you are here, please come with the appropriate shoes, like a hiking shoe, something to protect because it's very rocky as you can see here. So we've been walking past 20 minutes. We haven't had any sign of the zebras yet. So we have found like 3 poops around. So we are still walking and in search of zebras so that you could also have a feel of how they look like if you've not seen one before. So they say we found a fruit. It's called the yellow berry, locally called saba. This is how the tree looks like. What did you say it tastes like?
Like mango?
Tasty. No. Very tasty, like tamarind.
Tamarind. Oh, okay.
Tangerine. Not orange.
Oh, I see. Wow. These are the things you get to learn when you travel. You wouldn't know until you travel. So I would encourage anyone, when you visit a new country, try and do something different.
We are just moving
So
this way.
we are still in search of the zebras, and at this point, this is how my view looks like. So, for the antelopes, I got them close. Oh, that's one. It's running away. They are so fast. I just saw the antelopes running with their family, and I'm super excited because the last time I was in Mole National Park, as soon as you see them, they run away. So it's exciting. I'm quiet because we are hoping to still see the zebras. We don't want to scare them away. So yeah, the hunt is still on. We've been walking for close to 30 minutes and it's been fun so far. We finally found a zebra. Hey, there are two. There's one here. And the other one is over there. So this is it. Finally found the zebra. So this is called an eland. He's trying to move away. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. This is so beautiful. Look at the zebra. And that's another one there. The good part is they are so friendly, even though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here. Walking. This is so beautiful. It has been amazing. This is the closest I have come in contact
to zebra because Shy Hills, there's a fence that stops us from touching it. I fed them in Shy Hills, but this one, we're like, if I wanted to jump on its back, I could have.
and the fact that we've been walking for over 40 minutes just to find them. Oh my goodness.
Mission
accomplished. And this is so beautiful. See, that's an ostrich here. It's very far away and it's also living in the free range. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you had an amazing tour with me and this has been amazing. As it stands now, the hippos are still inside the water, but then stay tuned because in my next video we are going to see them.
Yes, we are.
It's going to be a surprise. That's why you should subscribe.
Come on,
show some love.
Yes,
show some love to Miss Drew.
Thank you.
And Laurie Lawson. That is her hair. Laurie. Yeah. So subscribe to all of them, their channels. Show them some love. Tell them Stella Chanel sent you. Because there are there are 2 travel vloggers. I mean, the only female vloggers so far in Ghana.
We are the ones that do it all. So show some love, like, subscribe, share, comment. Let's get interactive in the comment section.
Let me know in the comment section which of the animals you saw that was simply amazing to you. I love you all as always. This is love from the Upper West region.
Gabi Asari Ochere Dakun edi akotin wo NPP amanyoko ni mu ye pano no eno de nsemfo bi ato NPP amanyoko nanim edi to wen mo twemu se ebe ya anka e ma hye bedwani e ma fomena eye Andrew amwako esi amade mo bia empre no mpentem enkonkoka se omo ne de NPP ni bi ekakogina no se na ebe ya ono no ebe pre na ne nyina ejina nsem na nsentemu eye okan ko central ma hye bedwani Patrick Buama edi babeto dwa se ebe ya anka NPP for de manka obia e ma obi ene chese ye from na MP enko nkogina say mrahye bedwani anampo no so wakwakoye independent candidate die anya sa entumi emboa na gabi ochire da ko echire mu asisi na MPP fo ebe ya enka wo se mutumi hu se moni obia mo mba politics mo se moni obia ba be preach se MPP ni MPP na emum no munya mo ba be ye nka bom se ne be ya amanyoko no ebe ko anim na ochire ma wo manfo ebe ka ya 2020 emra from na MP kogina as independent candidate ema MPP ni no otumi hu ye se ne ye ya otumi twi mu ana chese na nya asem keto akra ntini nke be ya se ne se okanke central mrahye bedwani na aka no nke be ya nke MPP fo nyina emfo so se ne be ye betumi abo amanyoko no na akọ n'anim. So omanfo ebe kaya na nsentemu na Accra FM nsentwe ni kwamna bobie ansa ene apostifo ebe doa ni ye pa na dwibia na chese kwaye ni program ewie na ne nyane so mu chemo keka nsem bi edefa first lady Rebecca Ekufo ado ho ano mu chemo sansem na okeka ye no chese ne nsem fata kra ene mu ekowie kra no mu man 50,000 bail e ma chese ne nya nsem keto akra na ye twema okan ya e ka se e ade a first lady chese Rebecca Foundation waji office bi anapo waji asase bi e wo chese e aviation honum baby a odi ba besi office e dia masa Rebecca Foundation no ene ba na nya asem keto yi kra no na my new GH4 e dia ba beto dwa so mo so mani hu video bi a ye koso mo hu se e Canada Japan asin central mrahye bedwani e twe ma chese opa twe se akwakoye se amra na NDC e woso no sa na aviation asase ne yema ne kakra nanso no wanje nanso asa MPP ba mu no omo de kitwa bi pe na omo de ma ye mrahye bedwani matisi ano chese ha ne yi pa ne nya asem keto akra na so my new GH4 echema asisi omo checks bi o ma ye ne twemu se kane no anampo no ansa na ebeche ebo bi ansa no na chese omo wo signboard bi esi wono ma na etwe se ade Rebecca Foundation office no omo ba besi wo honom nanso twemu omo twemu asisi ano ko honom a ade signpost no ye ye free honom a nanso no construction ebuso a ekoso. Professor Stephen Azar Ediato eye clerk of parliament enim se ebeya and control krata enfan koma electoral commission na cheso fonto manim na mrahye bedwafo a omo ma mrahye bedwam eye nna dunum no omo nyina no ye declare omo seat no eye vacant otwema sa mrahye bedwafo na nampo manyoko bia entumi mfa tumi bia enfan hye ne nsa enka se ena me declare vacant na so no ewo mremu no ena fe 1992 constitution no won ho kwan sa wo ye clerk e wo parliament a otumi twa krata edokoma ya electoral commission now the two menim say e ade a MPB a on ba mrahye bedwam for 15 days no e was say MP krono it will be more than you declare any seat no vacant. Universities Teachers Association of Ghana Nifa Ewo University of Ghana and on the Ababe to just say ya show mo so mo konko chirade anampo so mo yo madwen sen ka ya de a mo de 1 week bi ato no so mo de be chire yesu ku fo ade no University of Ghana for HM mo de mo yo madwen se ankom be na so no o committee ehun se enya de mo be biem na report bi aba bonten Professor Ransford EV Jampo on the secretary at the UG tag no enodi twemu se oni members no makwa asetna akoye bobo bi ehun se nya de a betumi abo mu yi kara no mo de miema mienu bi na tudwa a na Ransford Jampo yi ono ne nsa sha ase no twemu se emro mo ne members for no ekotena ase emo mo to aba no mo de tudwa se nya de asa 1 week strike na nampo no 1 week ade no mba be kire no ebe bo mo kranta nya de omo be ye afen to se aban no se omo di nkita won akwakopi me 4th March antana chese bibia on bia no maka wasem o chema members no e atu nanim se enya de omo be call classroom akwakotra de until se esa 4th March no ebedu ema omo hu sa aban no aye bibi afa wansa na chese omo be call classroom akwakotra de na sisi say ka say de wom se school for ahodo bia na po lectures ahodo bi e kwakotra de na to chema University of Ghana lectures de enya de omo call classroom akwakotra de.
thanks for joining us on Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. In recent times, many women and girls are seen doing amazingly well in the field of science, technology, engineering, and math. On today's edition of Best Tech, we engage key stakeholders in Ghana's STEM development, as well as some junior high school students who are using STEM to effect change in the society. And this is what they had to say.
Science, technology, engineering, and math is a key component of innovation. And to mark the International Day of Women and Girls in Science this year, we speak to some notable persons who are championing Ghana's STEM efforts, as well as bring you some innovative products which are being created by students from across junior high schools that seeks to bring change in society. Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maoli Aholmega. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I have here with me Madam Justina Odumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIRO, and we'll be picking her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So today, what are we doing here today?
So today we are celebrating women and girls in science, and not just celebrating, we are also trying to inspire the young generation of girls who would want to also venture in science. And I think this day is important because there's a lot of stereotypes when it comes to science. I mean, everyone says, oh, science is heady, science is difficult. But no, I think it's high time we take those sciences for boys, especially when it comes to engineering and maths. Yeah, so the stereotype have been that, oh, when it goes to engineering, it's for the boys, science is for boys because it's difficult, girls cannot do science. So today is actually a day that UN has set up to celebrate every year, to celebrate the achievement of women in science and also encourage girls in science as well.
Yeah. So finally, how are we? I just want to pick your thoughts. How are we going to improve the science, technology, and innovation in our educational system, from your point of view and CSIRO?
Yeah, from my point of view, I think that we need to start from the basic level. Going back, because for me, if you start anything from SHS, it doesn't really make a difference, because students really decide on STEM at the GHS level. So we need to get more teachers who love STEM, more teachers who will be mentors. You know, even sometimes the teachers themselves confuse us, or the teacher themselves discourages us to go into science. So we should get more teachers, we should get the curriculum attached to STEM. Because for me, STEM is the foundation of everything. I mean, you can do STEM, anything related to STEM, and still divert in other fields, and you still apply the knowledge that, you know, STEM is very inquisitive. So in every area of your life, you want to experiment, you want to find out, if not A, then what is B, you know, that kind of, so critical thinking. So we need to indulge in during the basic education level.
No, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so that has been Madam Justina Onumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIRO, and she's been telling me, picking her thoughts on the Ghana's STEM sector. And she tells me that critical thinking is also essential to improve STEM education in Ghana. So I have here with me Mr. Abdul Rahman Diallo, and he's the UNESCO rep in Ghana, and we'll be picking his thoughts on today's celebration of the International Day in Women and Girls in Science. Hello, sir. Welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to pick your thoughts. What's your general overview of today's event?
Oh well, it's a celebration. It's a celebration of the power and the role of women in sciences. Sciences need women. Women need sciences. So this is all about it. Every 11 February in the world community, member state organizations, schools, parents, families, we remind that science is important and that the role of women and girls in science is equally or even more important. So this is all about this, and we are very, very, very excited to be here and this, with these kids that you can see all around, showing us the amazing things. You see them, you can not think that they are able really to think thoroughly and to propose such invention. And so it's promising. It's promising to see that we have such green potential here in the country. So this is all about it. You don't need a lot of speech. Science is everywhere. You see the trees, you see your microphone, you see your mask. Yeah. Science is everywhere. Science is in the kitchen. Science is in the mechanic. Science is in the car. So we need, the world needs sciences, and women are key agents, and we know. And what is important during this day also is to project and to share. There's a lot of women here in Ghana who are leaders in science, but they are not known enough. They are in their laboratory, or some of them are in foreign countries. So Ghanaian girls and women are to see them. And UNESCO, whenever we can organize such platform where you can have this dialogue and just showing, projecting, giving the opportunities for Ghanaian women and scientific to speak to their sisters, daughters, and mothers. So this is all about it. So we cannot just but encourage and invite girls and women to adhere, to continue to adhere to science.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So that's been Mr. Diallo, and he's a UNESCO rep, and he's been sharing his thoughts with me on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I have here with me a very beautiful lady here, and she'll tell me her name and what she does here, and her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you.
Please tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Olivia Sewo Pare, Mrs.
Okay.
I'm the director for Science Education Unit, Ghana Education Service.
Okay. All right. Madam, so today is International Day of Women in Science. Yes, what are your thoughts, and why are we doing this today?
Yes, like Mr. Diallo said, rightly said, we are here today to project the good work of girls and women in science. And I think what you have come here to observe, the project, the experiment, and the work that have been displayed here is evident enough. Yeah, to see what girls can do. Whatever boys can do, girls can do it even better. Yes. And then again, also to celebrate women that have actually made it today. We cannot stop mentioning names such as Dr. Letitia Obing, the first female botanist, late Rama Adi, our first brilliant science and maths quiz mistress. Even though she's late, but still the work, it's in progress. And Ghana is doing very well through the initiative. Yes. And then again, these younger ones will take inspiration from the good work of people who have really made it in science, especially women. So we are here to inspire these younger ones to take up science as a subject. Like Mr. Diallo said, science is life. Science is done in the kitchen. Science is done in the home. In fact, everywhere you find yourself is science. Life is all about science. And everybody is a scientist. But the greatest scientists on earth are mothers and, of course, the girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
You're welcome.
Yes, so that's been Madam Olivia, and she's a director here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. And they've been my field guests on BizTech, on this week's edition of BizTech. I'll also be speaking with some students who have displayed some very innovative items here as we celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. My name is Malia Holmega. Don't go anywhere. This is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Yes, so I have here with me some students here from the Tenashi Junior High School, and they're sharing with me what they've created right here as part of celebration for the International Day of Women in Science. Hello Jessica, how are you?
Fine.
Yeah, so what exactly are we seeing here?
You are seeing a simple circuit diagram.
Okay.
So we have our battery, our 9V battery, our positive terminal and our negative terminal.
Okay.
Current flow through the positive terminal to the negative terminal to the load. Our load is our fan, and we have our key. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll come here and what exactly? I see the model design here.
That is a model design.
Okay.
We have the outer layer, the middle layer, and the inner layer. Okay. The outer layer is made up of box or curtain. The middle layer is made up of caco or insulator. Okay. And then the inner layer is made up of aluminium foil. Okay. So the middle layer here, it prevents and gain loss of heat by conduction. And then the aluminium layer here, it prevents and gain loss by radiation.
Okay. So this is the model design that you use.
Yes.
Now I want to move to exactly what the item is.
This is our device. Okay. We have a curtain or a box and a caco to insulate wrapped by aluminium foil to prevent heat escape or heat gain. And here we have our outer vent. Okay. So the outer vent drives the warm air through the fixed fan. Okay. So it cools here and comes out through the sun drying chamber. Okay. So this is our circuit, the simple circuit that she showed you. They are all here. Okay. And the fan is fixed here. So after you wash your hands, you just come and press gently on it and dry your hands. Then you put this one too and dry your hands. Because of the COVID, many people will come and touch it empty. So you use the sanitizer to sanitize your hands so that the germs will also.
Okay, great. Wow, that's so
Thank you.
That's so nice. Yeah, so I've been speaking with some students from the Tenashi Junior High School here, and they've displayed their rather innovative products here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women and Girls Society. I'll just move quickly right here. I see some students fixing some stuff here. I'm going to ask them what exactly they are working on, and then we'll just pick their thoughts on them. Hello, good afternoon. How are you? Great. What's your name?
My name is Frida Kujo.
Okay, and what school are you from?
It's Michelle Kam Services Basic School.
Michelle Kam Services Basic School. Yeah, so what exactly am I looking at right now?
This is a setup to make potable water available to all diverse of people. Okay. People in rural areas, so they can all access potable water for their use.
Okay. So how were you guys able to come up with this? I see the little house and I see some wires and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is just for an example of like harvesting water at homes. Okay. So when rainwater, we harvest it. So it's not everyone that has money to set up a pipe on water. Okay. So with this method, it's less expensive and it helps people to get easy access to water for maybe washing cars and other stuff. So you can set aside our pipe-borne water. This is our pipe-borne water. Okay. So you set it aside for maybe cooking, preparing of medicines, and drinking. Okay. And this one can be used for washing of cars to bring down expenditure.
Great. Thank you so much. This is really nice. I really like what you guys are doing.
And this one is sedimentary
filtration. So that's a different project?
Yes,
okay, so explain to me what this project is. All right, great. Tell me your name.
Frina.
Frina, okay. So what am I looking at, Frina?
Sediment filtration.
Okay.
This one consists of charcoal, sand, and then
gravels. Okay.
All these components have been washed to reduce the dirt in them.
Wow.
So when we pour the water in, it goes through here, passes through here, and then filtrates here. Wow. And to enter a container, clean. But before you can drink it, you have to boil it.
Okay.
To retain
this one can be used in rural areas where they don't have access to pipe-borne water. They get their pond water, which most of the times is not safe for drinking. Okay. So with this method, they can filter it and boil it, and then they can drink.
Thank you so much. Great. Yes, so I've been speaking with some students from the Michelle Kam Basic School, and they've been showing me some of their innovative program. One which is very interesting is they've built a filter where water goes through a little bit of process, and then the water comes out, and then
when the water comes out, for persons in rural areas, they're able to boil this water and then drink. So, which is very, very amazing of what they are doing. Yeah. So, as you can see, they've been able to get some water out, and then we can see it displaying right now.
It's just from rainwater.
Okay.
This is natural rainwater, and to be able to make access to drinking, you boil it, you can use it for your drinking, anything that you want to, washing of cars, and can be used for various things.
Okay.
So
right.
Reduces expenditure.
Wow, great. Thank you so much. I have here with me some students from GhanaWeb 1 JHS, and they'll be taking me through their product that they've created. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to BizTech. Tell me your name and your school.
I'm doing good. My name is Harriet Barr, and we come from GhanaWeb KKMA 1 JHS.
Great. Yeah, so what do we have here? I see some water conservation.
Yes, please. We are harvesting and conserving rainwater. And then we have our experiment to set up to show you how rainwater can be harvested and conserved for human consumption. Okay. We have our bowl. There's our house. And we've harvested our rainwater. So with the rainwater, it is dirty due to the carbon monoxide and other things. And when it comes to us, through our roofing shades and dirt, it becomes dirty. So we want to filter it for it to be good for human consumption. Plants and animals can also use it. So there's our tube. It is passing through the tube to our filtration bowl. So
is that sand or something?
Yeah,
that's it. Okay.
So there's our sand, our filtration stones, and our foam. And then the sand will settle on the foam for our reservoir to have clean and good water.
So this is the final product.
Yes,
so it starts from here, moves to here, then comes to here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the whole idea behind creating something like this?
You see, with harvesting water, water is a non-renewable resource. And then with that, it can get finished. So we have to conserve it. During the dry season, most rivers and streams dry. So we have to conserve our water, preserve it so it will be good. And then we have enough for the dry season to stay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I like what you guys are doing here. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's been some students from the GhanaWeb JHS, and they've been sharing with me their thoughts on, they created something in regards to water conservation, which is very, very interesting. It goes through a house, as they call it, and then it comes in through a filter system, and then the final product comes through a water reservoir. They have been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mali Aholimega. Thanks for watching. Over to you, Ernestina, in studio.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our first story, which is on the cedi depreciation, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has assured of efforts being made to curtail the ongoing cedi depreciation of the country's local currency against the US dollar. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.7%. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.70% in 45 days to the US dollar, while selling on the retail market at about 7 cedis 09 pesos at some forex bureau. Reacting to the development, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo admitted to the cedi's performance as being of major concern to him and the government, as well as the business community and citizens. He said, "I am aware of the anxiety there is in these business circles and throughout the population about the recent depreciation of the cedi. I'm extremely upset and anxious about it too. But I want to assure you that all efforts are being made to arrest the decline and restore the cedi to stabilization in order to improve the competitiveness of Ghanaian industry. And I think very soon you will see some results." Chief Executive Officer of GIPC, Yofi Grant, has said Ghana could generate up to $20 billion from the exportation of cocoa if local manufacturers adopt value addition mechanisms. He lamented that even though Ghana is the second largest producer of cocoa, it only derives about $2.3 billion from cocoa exports annually. He describes this as worrying, adding that this will boost Ghana's exports marginally.
Okay, as you know, GIPC is an investment promotion agency under the presidency. So what we try to do, what my job is to bring in foreign direct investment, to partner with local entrepreneurs to create viable businesses that can also grow the economy. And so for me, this is one of the very important areas that I suspect we can optimize and grow significantly. I mean, Ghana is a major producer, the second largest producer of cocoa beans in the world, of which we export. And every year we only make about some 2-3 billion out of it. But if we could add value to this cocoa, structurally build an ecosystem where we can add value to the cocoa and produce chocolate, then we stand a bigger chance of probably making some 20 billion a year out of chocolate alone, which is much more significant than the 2 billion we make just selling the beans.
Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is optimistic that Ghana can provide a sustainable transportation system with the piloting of electric and gas-driven vehicles. According to him, efforts to transition is necessary to enable users to switch from fossil fuels to clean energy as part of efforts aimed at creating a net zero future. He said this at the National Energy Transition Forum in Accra on February 2022.
In many of the advanced nations, as was mentioned earlier by the Minister for Transport, the goals have been set, the targets are being set. No diesel vehicle production by 2030, for example, in some countries. And so the transition is happening. What are we going to do in Ghana? If we are maintaining these high petroleum prices are going to be maintained, how is it going to affect our economy? Does it make sense to continue in the usage and importation of fossil fuel driven vehicles? And this is why I'm very happy that the Ministry of Transport is already thinking ahead on these issues and going to pilot gas-driven as well as EV vehicles in Ghana very soon.
Importers now have a 30% discount on general goods and a 10% discount on imported vehicles into the country. The benchmark value on imports have been reduced from 50% to 30% on general goods and 30% to 10% on vehicles. The reduction comes after a consensus between Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the Ghana Union of Traders Association, AGI, Institute of Freight Forwarders, and the Ghana Revenue Authority. The GRA in January announced the reversal of the benchmark values on imports. Users of commercial transport will have to brace themselves to pay more when commuting to their various destinations. This is as a result of a 15% upward adjustment in transport fares agreed upon by road transport operators and the relevant ministry. The implementation of the new price will take effect Saturday, February 26, 2022. It will be recalled that the transport operators had initially proposed a 30% fare increment, but following a meeting on February 21 with various stakeholders, they settled on 15%. So what this means is if you pay 2 cedis now, from Saturday you are going to pay 2 cedis 30 pesos. If you used to pay 2 cedis 20 pesos, you are now going to pay 3 cedis 70 pesos. And for long distance people, if you are paying, say, 30 cedis, you are now going to pay 35 cedis. Those who are paying 40 will now pay 47 cedis. To our final story, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said the defunct Commander Sugar Factory located in the Central Region will resume operations by April this year. According to him, the civil works on the factory are expected to be completed by the end of March this year to enable operational activities to begin. On the sugar factory, some civil works are being done there, and hopefully by the end of March, it will be completed. The Indians are in and doing some work, so by April, production would have begun on the sugar factory. He made this known when a delegation of chiefs and elders from the Commander traditional area paid a courtesy call on him at the Jubilee House on Wednesday, February 23. Our time is up, and thank you for joining us on the most watched business show in the country. This is BizTech, and it airs every Fridays. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
Professor Stephen Azar Ediato, a clerk of parliament, and Nimse Ebeya, and control crata, and Fancoma Electoral Commission, not as often to when nine Mashebejafua, or Mumma Mashebejum, a yenda dunum, or Munna, Yendicli or Musit no, a vacant, or Tremas, and Mashebejafon, and Ampamano Cobia, and to me, to me, be and fine Shannon, and Casse, and I me declare vacant, and so no, a warm remuno, and after 1992 constitutional, or one quite so a clerk or parliamentar, or to metro crata. And the Electoral Commission now the two men say a idea MPBR on by Mashebejum for 15 days no. I was as an MP chrono. It will be more than you declare any seats no vacant. So among for Ebekaya and Sentimuna, Accra FM Century, Kwamna Bobi Ansa, and Apostle for Ebe Duan Ye, Najibia, not as a YNE program. Every Nanin so much more can send be at the fire First Lady Rebecca Ekufado, who are no much more some now, okay, kind, not just an same Fatakra, and no Korean Kanaman 50,000 bill, and much as a Nanya some Ketuakra. Now you train my Kanya Eka say, dear First Lady, just a Rebecca Foundation, or G office be, and a just as CB, a watch as a aviation. Honum baby or the Babesi office at the Amasa Rebecca Foundation no and the Banana Sam Keto ye cry none of my new GH4 at the Babe to just almost so many who video be a cost of say can de Japan as in Central Machine Journey train matches or patch say Quaquay say a manner NDC was no Sasa an aviation assassin near Manacacra now so no one J now so MPP by mono or it's where be penna or when their my Machine Journey Matisiano just a honey ye penny and Yas and Ketakra now so my new GH4 HMA so much checks be all my nature mu say can no anampo no ansa na ebeche ebo bi ansa no na chese omo signboard bi esi wono ma na etwe say ade Rebecca Foundation office no omo ba be si wo honom na so twema mu twema sisi a no ko honom a ade signpost no ye free honom a na so no construction ebuso a ekoso.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the House attention to the fact that today happens to be your birthday, and we all want to wish you the best of the day. May our good Lord continue to bless and guide you. May you enjoy it to the best. Happy, happy, happy birthday from all of us.
Yes, Dimitri Minority Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues on the other side for the House to wish you a very, very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, how good it is to be celebrating your birthday and sitting in the chair of the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana as a second Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
after becoming the cornerstone,
the wise book and the oldest book, Mr. Speaker, says that the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Not just a stone. Mr. Speaker, may God bless you and may you continue to be the chief cornerstone. We were told that come everywhere, wherever you see Apia Kubi, everybody be begging him. Mr. Speaker, we thank you and may God be with you. Member for Saudi. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this privilege to wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, John Keats, that famous English poet, once wrote that it is by our own deeds and we mythologized. Mr. Speaker, today we are mythologizing you because of your good deeds. May you live well. May you grow from strength to strength.
Amen.
And may you be returned to Parliament for Formina.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Yes,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We also want to add our voices to Honorable Banda to wish you a happy birthday, Mr. Speaker, and also to assure you of the party's support. The ruling party's support that nominated you and made you the second speaker. May you live long, and may the party recognize your support for this caucus and get it out to Parliament. May the party, Mr. Speaker, may the party, the new patriotic party, recognize your support, your contribution to the caucus, and return you unopposed to run on the ticket of the MPP in 2020. God bless you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also join colleagues in wishing you a very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, you are the true definition of a rejected stone that has become a chief cornerstone. Mr. Speaker, may your enemies never see peace. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that you return to this house as a member of Parliament once again in the next Parliament as an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, I wish you well. Our friends on the other side are saying good and kind words about you. It tells me that you are a good person. You are somebody who is respected in this house and beyond. And I also want to put on record that at least I taught your wife when she was doing her master's degree. Mr. Speaker, from what they are saying, I'm praying that when you sit in the chair to cast your ballot, our friends wouldn't come after you. Because if they did that, then it will negate all the good things they are saying about you. And I'm sure that from what I'm seeing from them today, when it is time for us to vote on the E-levy based on your good deeds, Mr. Speaker, they will all vote in support. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that from what I'm seeing today, our friends will see you as a unifier and somebody who will lead us to ensure that this parliament progresses and this country also moves forward.
Mr. Speaker, as you celebrate your birthday, I want to remind you about a proverb by the ancient Greece, who says that beware of the Greeks when they offer you gifts. That's to say that God elevated you to this position. But once you mingle with the majority groups, be very careful. Because you were rejected 3 years ago. But through the grace of God, you are today occupying the high office of a second deputy speaker through the support of the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I pray that because we supported you, God will grant you the wisdom to continue to remain neutral.
And be independent always.
Independent always. So that you give good judgment as you have been doing. Mr. Speaker, beware of the Greeks when they offer you gifts. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I thank God. Okay, you and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you a happy birthday. I know today you are celebrating your 56th birthday. And you are my junior brother. Mr. Speaker, the members from the majority side want to draw you to some problem by saying that they have nominated you to become the second deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are clear that first and second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party. So by accepting that, they are drawing you into that party and it will be a challenge for you. So Mr. Speaker, reject that one. They have not nominated you. You are not a member of the MPP. In fact, we nominated you. And it's better you accept our nomination than theirs, because theirs will draw you into trouble. Beware of that. Because the first and the second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party. So, Honorable Patrick Ngoma, don't draw the second deputy speaker to a problem. I wish you a happy birthday. Remain strong. Remain the cornerstone, which was rejected, but now being whole as like a baby.
Let me thank all of you for the well wishes and best blessings that has been bestowed on me. I'm so grateful to you. Incidentally, I don't celebrate birthdays. I've never done one before. So don't be surprised if you don't see me celebrating any birthday. I'm not. I was born exactly the day Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. Yes. So today is 24th, and that's the day I was born. So I'm very grateful to all of you.
Boni masan so atwimiti an ya kanfo na ebewa bi say tiri ntel ya ye nja acheso a won se na metime pie menunwe mama kama no ze ma toma no lipstick won se shine ankasa you sa na nkomo no so ya hyehye na watchi just the course entertainment industry mo amode ma no ko ka se me yi kama mo bedan chi pese mo dan nya mechi ya chere monya kenwe you are on tape to mean deny na what we dey nsem ne dey bebre kwa na ma be dey na ma ba to ma ye nche kwa ye ntwa ye ho na ne ye konyina ye mbesanguo me mama kwa ba eba nkomo wo ho with Amabroni wa nim se ma be dey na ma ba na what we dey me di ne ma ekoso wo social media ne ade me hwe trends ne ma de do so bebre but ye se na ya hye ne be boni tewtew nchiremu ne wa anhya dante ase di ne aba bebre na te se ye asoro so na te se ye akoye nim na wo se be focus wo your front na wa hwe wo de eye councillor Lutrot wa onim say one of our controversial councillors ono de asem ne se na eti na obeka ni ping ba ya ne kase mu bunza ya nkofu buwa wo se wakase eti awon yemfa ye Yvonne Nelson is Zion Felix and Fatum Wukai o say Yvonne Nelson koye bon one some dey bebre mpese mi chirimu na watwe ho no man ye hu so no yo chami Kofi koye interview bi na odi atu just say ono no ankasa ne yere a wa to scam mamre kwan so akọware no wa afa na echi ene obi akọwo ma te say 5 years later kwana ne yere tie say why bibisa no me say eh na mre ni bia be na glory
Professor Stephen Azar Ediato a clerk of parliament and Nimse Ebeya and control crata and fan electoral commission not just on to when him nine mashebejafwa or mumma mashebejum a yenda dunum no amuna yendically almost sit no a vacant or trema some mashebejafon and ampaman cobia into me to me be and fan shannon and case and I me declare vacant and so no a one remono and after 1992 constitution no one quite a clerk our parliamentar ultimate crata and the Comma Electoral Commission now the two men say a idea MPBR on by Mashebejum for 15 days no I was as an MP chrono it will be more than you declare any seat no vacant. Universities Teachers Association of Ghana, Nifa University of Ghana, and on the Babe to just say I show most of Munkon Cochradia, and I'm put some way on my joint and Kayadia, and would 1 week be at one some of the better years to go for the no. A University of Ghana for HM Modia.
Amabroni masanso atwimiti aya kanfo na bi we bi say tiri ntel ya ye njai chesoa won se na metime pie menwunwe ma kama no se ma toma no lipstick won se shine ankasa you sa na nkomo no so ya hyehye na watchi just the course entertainment industry mo amode ma no koka se me yi kama mo bedan chi pese mo dan ne amechi ya chere monya kenwe you are on tape to mean deny na watchi de nsem ne de bebre kwa na ma be de na ma ba to ma ye nche kwa ye ntwa ye ho na ne ye konyina ye mbesanguo me mama kwa ba eba nkomo wo ho with Amabroni wa nim se ma be dey na ma ba na watwe dey me di ne ma ekoso wo social media ne ade me hwe trends ne ma dey do so bebre but ye se na ya hye ne be boni tewtew nchiremu ne wa anhya dante ase di ne aba bebre na te se ya asoro so na te se ya akoye nim na wo se be focus wo your front na wa hwe wo de eye councillor Lutrot wa onim say one of our controversial councillors ono de asem ne se na eti na obeka ni ping ba ya ne kase mu bunza ya nkofu buwa wo se wakase eti awon yemfa ye Yvonne Nelson is Zion Felix and Fatum Wukai o say Yvonne Nelson koye bon one some dey bebre mpese mi chirimu na watwe ho no man ye hu so no yo chami Kofi koye interview bi na odi atu just say ono no ankasa ne yere a wa to scam mamre kwan so akọware no wa afa na echi ene obi akọwo ma te say 5 years later kwana na yere tie say why bibisa no me say eh na mre ni bia be na glorify cheating wo fa wo yire chi na say bia wakwa na say oba be ma na je say adenti na betina radio so na o se wo kra wo sanso bokola wo se wo ye reverend minister ni nyina sen fata na nsem de ba de nkofo kegugu so say council person o chem say den ase ne me bia wo ye wo fa nidi ma wo yire sa na nkofo se na ye radio presenter Amanda je se hye wo kan Zion Felix ho asem mo sanso kan Yvonne Nelson ho asem na se ne wako radio station so na wo koye interview na wo dun se si wo buka se wo cheat won wo je say ase wani wu bi ade we enya de pan so say eni wu bie eni ho unsan so mbu ye na oka mo se de se na ekwa de be ye mpo anka eyi kola na obo no yituo na san so councilor din na da wo so no san so ifo na odi we ni tre social media na dede nko a wo kire ma ye councilor literal ni din da no so say councilor anka won yin fi wo na asem ye koso a wodi gu no so na video yi eye United Showbiz enu mpo na ye John Dumele na tinemu as ho so na abedwafo ho no na wo so wo frɛ councilor na odi nkire ma ba councilor literal so no onu wo cast of an yire chiwe o se de interview no na ye ocha me Kofi na Kofi ocha me ye na say nwa keke ni esie ni na nwa akokọ fefa bia hyehyem ntia na akokọ yese bia o cast en wa fa ne yire chi na wo bakra na o se de nya sa na o kan onu de na example no ma no so ti say bia onu de anwan kasa na say kansa be so che say ye mofra na say ye wo krom ha say ye ntumi entna na adini wani mu ni wo voice ni tada na wo kase enye wo na wo kan kansa se de bida ono de wan kasa na te se abede no aba as na be kanya bi sa obi obu ne yiri sei also no de counseling no ye no sa asem no kan na ye example keke ena ye jansu se sanso ma yesi ye ne ye ntie mfi ye host na no kasa no se ocham so se asem na eye na adwin mu na cause asemi enye se tuo si wusu na obi sa wo se wa fa wo yire chi ana se obi force wo na abeka wo enum tom na wo se wo fa wo yire chi akwakonye obi na asem aba na fe do pese wo kansem bia kwa ese bia na ya hye ne ma na be se kansem gusu ncho cha me Kofi chire ma eye councilor Lutrot nsem na abetu dwa se wan kasa ofa ne yire chi no wo ba e wo na ware achi ne o se o enye no kware no eye o cha me Kofi chire ma councilor utwantora ankasa wo yo torofo ankasa
me me dey 4 and I have a child out there the 5 years I'm proud of it I'm not ashamed of it
when you were outside your marriage you had a child
yes and I'm okay with it I mean it's not a hidden secret
was it when you were married to your wife
yes this one is a fresh one it's okay
25 years
it's okay I mean what's your problem
ayo yenko yenim enkomo edisu no yefefe eye Kelvin Boy camp and Afrobeat musician ye wo hane en kebebe to just say Kelvin Boy wa ache you say Kelvin Boy down flat you ma baje say ye jam ye promoting you no say na promote you say ni abre ye promoting you na ye na watch na wo so enfihima beto dwa ne say eye ni baby mama wo so no ne wo ma bien ai too we ka say bien ya ye kwapen ye ka ne say bien but me ka say mienu ai o say wa abro sister no say na I don't know ekwa sa ze wo kasa won ntem but eye lady no ni baby mama ne na hofo a wo ka gum no kire ma say Kelvin Boy buru ne ni wo bo ane ne ye bo video bi a na adam ba ko bebe tu dwa kire ma ne na sister wo buru na kasa won sisi de aba abo ntem ma woni maguase but eye gi ni mo de some report be tu dwa so Kelvin Boy say de won remand no cause eye buru wo say iron rod the gwa woni ade tietia ni mfimu ni wo say pay ni betwe but ye ndie ye hu sa na ye krata ne ka na nsem ye betu dwa na mafo say Kelvin Boy just say nyomi a ye promote ne sisira wo hwa kokko ba asem yi ye wo hane hu say ye Kelvin Boy ko ni social media pages as o release some short video bi no ne Wizkid and wa share video na so ne Wizkid wo jan ni nim say bia o mo besam de nyumfofo bi beba out and de say de ni mankasa na yi na Kelvin Boy be say edi kire na say also just say ye won kire ne yo ndem say na report ni twem na ne sanso no so making another post bi o chema say de ni actually Lagos at so promoting nyum but asem na kwakoye nwanya one part you should be to just say Kelvin Boy one remand no cause wa akobro ne baby mama nsem na akoye beja later mo can so report we sanso be to just say one man bill ni ade na Kelvin Boy no so super say o chirem on ne management say chirem say sa asem na nya no kware won chire ne nkoto baby aye but amfo say na akokoye ne de who say first Ghana police say they say na system ne ye dan parent ne boys ne say what chiro bia na we release statement to social media na say amfo chema we hu bi nti say Kelvin Boy ne management e ka say won chire ye no ne nam Lagos ne metunyum abra eye Ghana fone nkofo nsusu chemi se won remand no se nsem na ba be yetutu but se wonim se nkomo ne ye de bebra nti ensu ye pese ye beka bibi na akoye se bia ya anya kwakoyi yenka nti ye de ye ni hwechi but report ni na ese won akire Kelvin Boy nsusu se won kire ne ono so na eye Nigeria metunyum nti na beko bia amabro de nyina bebrem adofo anisembe wo ha koso amenhye dante asem medwen ho a say entomu ye mame evangelist dina someone enyumtini wonim say de na say the dress any dio o hye de yi no 11 slay no be slay mam say your hair extension on point makeup enye say medi bi won atwi wan kasa won say wan glame no bi say bibia te hyenkyen heels ya wo be say no hye ne heel dress ahun say investment command kasa but onu to the nchima beto just o onu aka say the what Nyankopon asiye na we your Christian nje say be ho basa nti onu de odi nkra beto dwane anti asese odi esinu so be dress but amanfo dress your dress wo de ka no kware ka Nyankopon na ye dance ni who da say we yi ne ho they be fully covered atari as dress are fine ne ho baby an show but say na manfo kan na o slay or your makeup ne hefa na edos do paso wo betumi ai di nchirima betudwa na ye yi prophet kum chacha na odi nsem bia betudwa me de mani nje ho kofo bebre nso chema ase on ye dan na wa asem bi o so course am interview no odi tudwa se na nsen de dan na kra hu ni ye ase ni makoye se funu na me say kasa be no funu be no makeup bi ankasa na wa keka ni borem na wanya ni ska no so de be slay a wow, ono so ojetum so your gospel musician. So yi ne ho. Nti I don't understand why akoko say na mia be ye bia mo beka. No, to say this a man who so be living life freely as in oye she's happy with her life. Na mo besa mo kan she bi ni ade. In some of the way to dwan na yi dan na someone and say hu kwa wu hu ni ade na makeup ni too much. How is the makeup too much? Obi na de ne hu no so be dress it. So far as on yi ne hu ye I on preaching indecency there. To me be some make say she's free to live her life. Into Dina to assume for more to do more. Me minim say wasum ye wode. Nkoma ba kwa minim say we need de chi na watwi pa. Eye Ghana ni transgender. Ayo him Martin as a copy modulation dey nsem bia betudwa. Now him Martin me follow no social media. It's been a very long time because yes any interview with Paul. Let me say 2022 no na me start follow no ni adenti. Sister one hwe ye mpo ka che so your barema urinje because body ni bibio wo bi. Tun wo bi. You know for will be nanim so and sell barema but Martin na the community as I said akakwa so your transgender na Ghana de unsa said na common sa na krom hampo de onim na kwaka sa asem na ko be hwe nim say binum beka ne say one support wa nim say sa community ni de omo ye minority in Ghana sa na omo chire ma no na Martin okopiem mo delay show I say okopiem no de nsem ya be to dwa na manfo say wan adwemu na akakra na Martin I no picture ye twegu say ahu na say fine also identify as obiant me nka so your berema o de your friend is she na say no sister ya hu ni wa he o chema on de o wu no berema but ono anka say na nyama kono no apese or identify ne ho to say obiant or your trans woman say na wo friend tem no say na wo friend trans woman no chema ono de say Johnson de no pie na Johnson de na so de ni chebe bia enye emerema washroom no ko debi emia washroom e no ko ai o so chemu says osum nyame o kan say na ko be ka say oh na wo kwa sorry wonim nyame oso nyame pepepe asori no so okọ but okọ asori a on dress to say na bia mia na bia wa ye makeup wa hye wig na ade okọ no rosa nti onya ne trousers bia na wa hye no wage ni top bi onye makeup onye hye na okọ asori nti o chema eno de oni nyame som de on fe ndie gori but o say chrome ha de wa onim say yen support na kopiem wo abroad ho baby on is just normal but ha de mema we baby afa wani so ankasa also what SHS or call infant pem ai o say boys school mu ho no kofu hu say ne ho emia kakra na ne be hwe won atu ani asini so sa ankrofu ya wo makwan na wo text message ni so ye den de ye pese no ya dafo omo bedu school mu ha because as majority no mu nyina wo keka ne ho nti na wa join ne te wo keguma just na ni enje but eni edin a no o de course anaja o di we school na interview o ye wie na msensem ni be ye buburu ja te say won wo ko social media ko hwe say o ye hena ni na nkofo kokokokoko na Martin so din betudwa ni Insta story so obekọ live at 4 o'clock later or say 4:30 but one call live nti one fa onchiremu fufuru bia but say na manfo chiremu no Ghana had a yes trans na nye common but on him Martin chema on the living life nti won so bopa won so live your life. Ayo birthday kesibi nso course wo nkran ha say na watwie mu Dr. Kofi Amoabeng I founder of UT Bank I say egu say sem de woni menya fe na mabechirem na na watwie no nya 70 years na party all white party bi on kasa organize one so no ankasa we siesie no kama cause sister 70 years and that family Yankopon born would the poly 70 years. It's also made to party be we invite her the phone a busia for namu to meet him when you sister or brand and that family. Into Kofia Mabe a captain Wady a year 70th birthday and say you at the phone and so she just what do board my one celebrity be until dear. Yeah, can say yeah, Dr. Kofia Mabe, Yama would trinkwa. Na ye jina birthday so ye na watchi ya na ye Empress I Nana Mac Brown I don't Meg Brown san oboni dia san my baba man nti Mac Brown by a ye mausi and odi a year ni third birthday na photo shoot a ye ma abofra no sister obejedi na ase e can take be on na me no mama chi na say one bo wondu oh pictures in the na ye fe pa and I was dressing as princess unze mo friday wonya one princess as a fairy tale nyama na woni eje no ye photo shoot kama man ba na unze afi bia de ye na mama Brown ye photo shoot Emma e ye ne ba e ye magazine baby magazine sana wo friend no na e ye ka celebrities na wotwi won ba di won birthday so Dr. Louisa Stone Boy ne yere ono so won ba boy no young boy no so enya 3 years say one celebrating fe unse abufra no we nyi unse ne ho fe kama ho skin na unse skin ni di beef oh jaja obejedi na eye Vivian Jill kuma wood actress ono so ne ba boy no so edi ni birthday na watching na watching de celebrities for ko won fifi ma won ba di birthday na won so di birthday ni de ni je nko a Professor Dagra just say so your berry man na wubu a virgin I'm pure virgin wubu ni kwasia na wo fa no na wan ware na say wo fa no wie na say wo saka anya wo pa na wo gya no de ene no make se papa ene da wo so o chema say virgins wonye nipa yi normal ordinary am be say mo bebu won kwasia na say wo beka say wo use ni ti wo gya no debi o so tro konkro ni man kasa no virgins are very special na den na kwa ye pese ye wo Jesus obabu no Maria na ye fa no so no oba ha say nti o si ye virgins ni say ye unhu yen a amaboni ne squad no ai unhu yen a na onim say wunya interested member na fa no be dadan na obo modern na say uko breaki na ko breaki say no say times ni de bebre o kire ma ne no me beda wo so no nti o say unhu virgin na wo say unim say wo ye ba hard boys na pacho fa ha say na emabunu virgins no yenso yen fa ha say Inti one na ye so fa Dagra betu da mun fa tumu kotodwe na mun ja se na mu bi ye virgins mu bu yen kwase ani nje hu na ya tra so de na ne ye Dr. Soni Bado ono so na ye na wo twen se some video bi de betu dwa ye amapiano ye Ghanaian beat maker neck tunes on ye Nigeria ni num ya je say amen no you want to bam you want to chill with the big boys December ni dey try ye na se na ye hu say ye Sophia or some ye gospel musician some video bi ye na ye nwum ne bo background and say unu say etwegu na yi no be post on social media na nkofo say won ti kwa pai o say ne gospel musician there ade na wutie wi asefo nwum enti say ode hu frafra asefo ne be hwe na so ni so kiremu edi mu aye ma sa you throw no be two drive be say Soni Bado anye ni ye koso tie ye amen no you want to bamba mo chema say pacho on person okeka bibia na okaka so ni okasa do na den na fan o so sere wankasa ko wanim no no so nkonanim nti on that note pacho mo sere ma mo me nje nkrato kakra mo ye ntwa ye ho verses ya ye ba amaboni se na ma hyehyɛ na aka bi wo fridge mu ba be sang ni na egu
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
me do pa me ndu hwegwe me san so ma kwa ba eba nkomo ho ama bonu se na nkomo no koi just ni ade ni na ma ba besan egu na ye to aso de mama me nja ho me kakra na ye nkwa ye nim na eye krom ha sei ase ayi ye de ni die chi ase nkofo bebre won ahwere won awofo obi wa na ne maame ewu ni papa ewu celebrities ne nse ade aton ani ankasa cause ase bosumi bia ye beti asembo ne mpa ya gbo ne sese owu ne basabasa na esin anka nyankopon bo ayen no onsi anokwan na ye ka 5 months ni ye de ni share for the last 5 months eye celebrities won ahwere won do for eye won maame ana won papa no eye actress Vicky Zuga ayen wo be kayo de betu dwa se ne maame ewu se de pictures we betu dwa ye ni colleagues actors any actors no muso wa akona akwa boa no te se emwe bia wa boa no so wa boa no na ye ne maame owu eye January 11 2022 ya na ye kan say sanso kan ya ade atonani ye Gloria Safo ya adanfo ye dofo Gloria te se yes onu de onu to on ne maame de no wo ye close ankasa na eyi bosumi ya no de betu dwa se eye ade atonani Yankopon afre ne maame no no so kwa se de o moni eye memni de be ya na obidi ne maame na wotwenti eye celebrities mo bomode ya na mo pull up na eye SDK an comedian edits oh wunim se ne papa de ono no on OG on na etwa eye comic eye sketch te say ye wo ho no ma last year no de betu dwa se ne papa ewu te say owunu de ye ya opan cause papa yi de enije je say gang ya de Yakopon so eto ne sa friend eye last year na eye efia Schwarzenegger an obe efia ono se ne papa ewu ate say march ya ye ba bewremu ya wakoyi eyi chenchirenche bi ewo kumase ne 1 week na GhanaWeb ye kofa wo achimota ne pani behwe celebrity say pia 1 week ni mponi no ne eyi na ankasa yi kase ne wakoso eye kumase ene mafo chirima eye pani behwe ankasa na obaako ono so ade to ne eye Mesbel wonu se Mesbel de ene 16 years ye wajije ye nsunu nyoma ye Germany ade controversy nso ye ka controversy Mesbel nso ginemu na eye afia na papa nso efime na papa nso ye Muslim ene ntie ne de anche kwa na se wosie no na Mesbel main kai mo ya no wo oye ni show yi na omo friend ka tinsin papa we say arewa hu ni mu su nyina ene otwa show ni so na okwa atin to eye family business nti sa celebrities ya abobo ye ni nyina yen on behalf of eye nkomo wo ho yen ye hwe ya ade yen just nya de ka ne say Yakopon emphasize ankofo nyina emfa wonsie na edu so say wo be ye yi no so mombo modern na monko support won why yesrem Odafula hosu anya salawu na watwi de tinsem bebre na ye rapper medical wow nim say ye last year no de nukojuna court ye sam tio bia wo kire me de beto ye social media nsem ne be ye bebre okodem kakra but wo man bi o nsem na yeguso tua so ye this year 2022 ya na watwi latest beto just medical mo convict no say ye judge tina so sentence ni to 300 penalty unit kire me say otua 3600 Ghana cedis ne fine and say scar court ni share so untia na beto jana man say medical 3600 amutumi je no dey sanka ye kokos kama no kwa no ko de anopa no de tokoko na be social media ko be react we say na asa asem na say modern ho a che no kra na eyi kra na manfo mo na musanyim na mesi we say polo kra mpo ahe na wodi ene na medical moji ne 3600 we say ne ba island ne ba girl ketwan ono ka betumi HSS scan na asem ni de bebre na beto odwa no na mamfo anhye da nte ase na ebinim so won a kire medical odem efa yin kosi na senior jail man ankasa Shatawale one don godfather ye chiao odi beto just say bloggers in media no shada onti mase unse Shatawale de on train ti asem ni muye mpo say bloggers eye o se ni nje won say waye ya media ni na o se munye mu homework ye muso na mkeka nsem also fans of AMDK medical mamunje ntum se wo se wan akire mu boss na fa ne kosin also a medical one chain onu kwa na winning court case nti sa report na ekos na say ka work as a medical winning court case na mo fa sa he's been arrested na fa ne kosin na ni bufu ya nkasa also Ghanaian bloggers mo yem ho to say mo se mo ye den disappointed bosses hey sata just say bloggers nso so ebi nso se nwa adwa but wa onim se na nfo so bebre ye bloggers nti Shatawale mo amoko ka medical se na man ka ni na wotwi de ono so etutu bi ma mo pa na ye ngina Shatawale nsem ya so na ye shata na eyi na wotwi ye wom ya na ye gamro mo chairman ye Rex ma edebetu ja so ye kan obi o any royalty kese pa o be ma Shatawale 30,000 Ghana cedis na wonya and watch them as I say there send the management eba no the accounts details kakra be to just na be ya umbetimi release this kind amount na yen say nsem no ye so mad ko to dry wo ye GTV breakfast say the one money show no say atijan kasa kavu de ne nkofo na shatawale eti nsem no say oh Gamma, mini management via me and me management, me management, one case much management, but on say what ya say, or be baba bejes card. Now post no make you on Facebook, no the chain say, ye GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority, say what tane, they say also Ochia tax, then they all in train you. Also what tane it's all your crumful. Also adding, oh no, we are she, Mama with 15 years, our ye num 30,000 Ghana cedis and when you ask royalty. Auntie also no the gam of fast so in no kwana betoja ama GRF who say and yes say skebia no any but one don't you also you richest artisan and you get money I get money pass your father now GRF be just ka one don't but they say ka nya di bia ma wo as a wait here but I say we ko kan sem food won ti ko be pai wo be di watem the sense wo de ye nka ho sem bebre ye nko ye nim na chata wala ache mu say 15 years wa ye adwuma gam 30,000 Ghana cedis when you ask royalty. O say in paying for no. I say must na mo image mo because as a musicians mo mboayin. Mama yento ankomo so na watwe atwem na ye Black Sheriff and young rapper e ye second sermon I remix on the ye Grammy award winning Nigerian artist Burna Boy. Must see the video na betuja. Na man for just say ye jam tweet ye 18 ade no ye interview with Zion Felix no chema. Ono ankasa ye kan drop pan obo obi ni yem se obo so obo bia Kobeka se Burna Boy esoni mu ankasa so ono kasa on said anti ase but on the ojetum se na oye real no just say bibia unzo oye real enu nti na bia ebe akwa se Burna Boy ni je no so no de o ase de bia or be man Burna Boy na ye Black Sheriff ya na wotwi nsem bi koso but hunze ha say di wo ban komo ho de asem ne say ye te ba kwa afa na ye nti other one ye ntumi be ka obi ngum ye but I say management hunse bi koso je say allegation bebre bi basa but me be say me comment se sia ye de ni di echi ye te Black Sheriff on so ne side of the story a ye de ni na eba betudwa and so won't see my boom, a Ghana Nutuni, Nana Fin. They say there was a sunny rebranding. They say those offend a 2 log, I 2. Now the log LOC account, anything. I'm a fool. A ding equay, Mamma Musa Camupe, Nana Fina. Sena modern Hamunya answer yes. They said also the EPBA betuja EP near friend a year on lockdown. Na nyom ba kwa e man for them say reggae vibe bi ni. I don't say that nye common say na nothing they won't say nyom but na nothing they work a voice oh anka de be ma no. But say nyom new one other betuja for friend people power. Won't tie bia no akọ YouTube. Na wa hwehwe ni de ubo na nothing na wuri nya no. So friend 2 lock. Na wa pem na akọ na e ka Ghana ha de kofu bre na brand e da de lumba oba yo so friend DL. A TikTok on so friend take just say they be a that's already rebranding eba so but enim ne eba foforo is o comfort kwa the crimes or brafo so no so say na spelling ne kakra ne dey normal it's something that say they be obi baba na kasa wa rebranding ti e hye into 2 log ye ma otiri nkwa na watch me na Instagram de me ni je chi ne me koso say celebrity si de one sem de bebre na me call Juliet Ibrahim me call ni page na me say ni Insta story in story so they have to just so ade bi wo ho kire na adwen ka ko say akokoye se mere ma pen kwase bu wo best we no bare ma tran for so many years dwema mu dwemu fine edwan anwanwa man nwa mesia we say weekend bia wo de be homene na wo hye ne ho ahoro ne amaman ni nyina etwa ware oda say so many years na better na mpana twe mu odin enu kwa no munim twe pass obeka se wo ye wife material obetis ka kokoje wo list abaya wo ho ade mafotima na sense we de ne bu ye den dodo ba sisters yi wo rinje eja wo ho pe eyi ne be trend ankasa anybody enkoda nchen o se mo pen kwase ebu ko sise mo girlfriend beka che mo so onye mu de eni mpana twe na ne na be twe akwakogu ko dise akakọ se mia bebre de pregnancy na trap nti wo hwe na boy delay a sister ha ho kase wanyem ne de ne ebema ni mbora no akeka no akoje wole se akakọware nti o se saade ne ensure respect ko so nyo bia ho na wani je ne ho wa onim se sister open no wa sister wani je ne ho ye fine so be delay na de no ho ne nam ne ho potential husbands eba ne sister yi se o champions na wa ma won ko na wo so tena wo waste time just emni bebre na say mema be ya trap but ma fo so chema nyin se ni be won so but me dey trap na enya wudu nti ma fo mo mani nda ho. Now, what you mean, I'm Instagram, the mini J, Chinem, Kosi 7 years, Jema, Mujemu Fine, Adrian, 1 year man, Yamessia, we say, Weekend, be out of Homer. Now, And I come had open baby and come on no kosupa. We Twitter fi or Instagram. Honum the celebrities and they say mo ka bisembina say nya wonder but me reply or comment section. Si mo fa won dey go kra. Na what na me nam Instagram. E na me copy mu sister Deborah. Ai sister Debbie. Ai who's a vows the on any new boyfriend yenchi si hakakra. On any boyfriend is say photo shoots be our beye ya won sister Debbie dam pass boy use gina nachi. Say kama. Na you know be posting na ne fan back me nche so ye fan so kokonsa na obedi o de chem say sister Deborah aseme to wa fele makafi ko je wo boy medical yi fan nsu anyansa nti no de na adwima sister Deborah fa boy yi sie ansa na fele makafi aba be hu no wasan so aba be je no na sister Debbie hu no so akoko yesa fela makafi na ware no mumbu aware ne kwa cause obi ware for the age mutumi ka say obetumi asansa be je me boy ntama fo fela makafi sister Debbie nkofo so ye ne rival but say de me obi a onu so enya ne boy de onu so aware adeni one movie on etwem nsise de de na mo so na mo pese mo keka won tibom but sister Deborah say mo amoka so mfa ne boy ni nsie na fela ba beje no akoko yesa mumbu fela aware no kra me dey asem den enam MC for Kwawu South Emmanuel Atafori den se me abetuda we dey munu se ebeye modan kase o se this year Kwawu eba so life ai wonu se covid yi bai na se enjoyment ya na se na afibia je se ye dey ni kire be pon so na akoje ye ni se dey wo se we atwem covid-19 na fine ne kosi but o chema se dey wo dey nti se egu kwan so nti ba mo ye paragliding ne ade ne mboso ne ade mutumi akọ COVID-19 safety protocols and the be observe panty sister brother so we escape na ubo na e stage ye dey ni kire Kwawu answer my best stories mo me fa ye ni nche ye Nigeria no zom de omo Nigerian brothers ate say etoro bia na won ko jollof for ni ade ni support you on the fine kuski but Nigeria for the way ni pankasa na ye na watwi ya na video bi beto ye Davido one and former girlfriend say ye kan sa ade chioma ai won ni jai na just obi anka wo engage na ni nya ye hwese aware beba so na fe de one kasa wo call it off this was we break up in some dey be break na ye chioma ni sister bi ye ni wedding na ye Davido kopie mu ho na question na man say Davido na koni pay on ni jaje sanka bibia kwakugu na na upie ni sister wedding na se ko performing na te say score toy enye 11 cd bio scan te say oyi ni say vando na te say o de ahwe no de ahwe na mzi we de wa che ne bobre ankasa na question na man so se ne ekode bia dan kofu ya bien won abom ai mo kofo keka nem say me ko Instagram na me ko hwe ne ekọ me so me follow Chioma na post bio making a Davido ba as na obe comment na me so sa say na etene ne say janti adada te say maso te say ba be page but man for mo confirm me say the one about no so on Chioma mo baba kom Davido ni Chioma ododo do mo bi ndada o menua dan kasa se woni obi agba ko a woni ni nkobom but Davido ni Chioma one last story me di mani di achi say ko ba se bia wan sanso abom na wo hyehye hodia me de kuma nyina eba besom na wo twi de woni sama bonu kuma de ne mu ye hwam from the camp of Kelvin Boy Black Sheriff Chatawale medical ho sem ye na ye senior man Councillor Luther as say the wasan so aye youth na beka say sa asem no ka so wafa na yire che wo ba just say o se nyono tom no to nyono no kan say na ye se na o kan sa na ye be fa na what it e dey enim me di mani di achi komo be koso bia from the camp of celebrities just say na be twegu a won hye dan ti ase na ama bonu se maka se me di adwuma ya to me ho so ide me ya ama mododo ama na ye mofe nti da se ne e be san so ahia wo he ya makramo
It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Hero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that though? You are able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you?
The consulting.
At hospitals, like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, thank God for nose mask though. First of all, thank God for nose mask, because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but you are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV, and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought, the daughter brought the mom. And then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter. Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible, Hey, I know TV, so I know not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, Pacho brother, how are you? And I said, oh, they've been worried. And then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her.
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
You exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next question.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are you
Yes,
talking about
so
money?
in terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laughs. My biggest paycheck so far is at the 1,000 laughs. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's own. It was good. And my biggest exposure would be, so that's the monetary side. But for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. It was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one would be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to, Ghanaian stage.
Yeah.
And the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me. Yeah. Which is everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, so. And then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of the island?
Victoria Island.
Victoria
Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Echo. Beautiful Echo Suites.
Echo Suites.
Echo Suites or like, is it suite or suite? Suites.
Yeah.
Suites. So I checked into Echo, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten?
Yeah.
Except for the jollof, but the other foods were also.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof,
it's Nigeria jollof and Koyo.
But Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like, the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay. But the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
Yeah, it doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But the gushi, the oporo, oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well. And the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah,
like
their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, is done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was
their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us, like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Doctor.
But that's this. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member?
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but...
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where but I am not sure. You say in my phone. Oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize, you divert. No frigid. So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy.
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kaswa.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear your throat. You wanted the shortest one.
They do something,
Yeah. Usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like, as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can I try it?
Yeah.
You see,
True.
so you have to wait for me to finish.
True.
Now today. For here, you get me? Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the my second time on 1,000 Laughs. I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016 August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again.
Oh no, those days 2016 when I was coming out.
Hot.
Yeah, so I've blown twice. So I blew in 2016, and then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before, and as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that.
Oh.
So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that I cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, so what happened the previous night? And then I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh,
so,
sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this
No. They took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
Where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or... You want the experience, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady. And then I went for fair. and they gave me the lady who they gave me. They called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came. Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said yes. He said 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe
you hold her breast.
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke. Okay. We are living in a sensitive world right now. And the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke. Because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else. And a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia Camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your
yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? And they took away the toll booths and the traffic intensified. And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
It was.
Yeah,
like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. Like I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in like what came in his mind. Like I've thought of it. Like he saw it and like, okay, well maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay or you would maintain a side?
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is a Rabna young and when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
because what?
No, can we continue?
No, you have anything?
Oh, no.
Talk. Like, let the people
No,
know.
like, I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer, though. That is fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others.
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Like
Yeah.
I've never. What?
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
With what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy. Some
So
use,
do you soapy? Do you
some use
creamy?
okro.
Do you okroy? Whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, is for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, if you know. So
Hey, this pastor dear.
that's a question.
This pastor that is hey,
That's
this
a question that
pastor.
I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So
No.
I mean, yeah, I might as well sit on the fence.
Pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm part of the two.
Huh?
For you know, you never know.
I must know. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very
How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time you're like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new.
Yeah.
It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we'd have, we would go nationwide so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra.
Yeah.
And so we go Techiman,
We get
Brekum, you know,
experiences,
Volta region.
yeah.
Yeah, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need the too many lighting, you know, the sound, good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out. So that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5 minutes material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it you know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah blah blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. Now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore, and then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring, and so we don't usually let out our videos because of that, and that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine, but to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugene still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music, and music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, you know, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So,
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, popular but broke, and we sold out to the
National. I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. You know, let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, yo, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year. You can imagine, you know, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums, and the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen. Receive it. Would you like to MC the event when it's at
when you call on me?
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is Obian Ponsa. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obian Ponsa on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plaza FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you and stay safe.
Yes, that was Obian Ponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course I have delivered. So, Obian Ponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so fat is all too soon. We have come
all
to
the best with your new boyfriend.
all the
Far too soon.
all too soon. We have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.